Please ring the bells. Thank you very much, councillors. May we please take our seats so that we can be able to count whether we form a quorum or not. Please take your seats, councillors. Thank you very much, councillors. We are a quorum. Now we can start our meeting. Honorable councillors, please take your seats. Thank you, councillors. Take your seats. Honorable Alderwomen, Aldermen and Councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing the moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. When it says the moment of silence in prayer, it means be silent and sit down, Councillor Floyd. A moment of silence and meditation. Can we respect that? Thank you very much. Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me also officially welcome Councillor Vera Simakaleng Ndala and Councillor Avinash Chetty, the newly elected DA and ACDP PR councillors, replacing former Councillor O.N. Matsibatila and Councillor R. Murage, respectively. Councillors, can you please, councillors, the councillors that I've just mentioned, can you please rise? Thank you, thank you. Can you please rise so that we can welcome you and acknowledge you? Thank you. Congratulations and welcome in the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. Honorable councillors, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. Honorable councillors, let me also, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, express words of condolences to the family and friends of Ms. Tsidi Madia, EWN's associate editor, who passed away yesterday after a short illness. Tsidi Madia was known for her ability to engage with politicians across the political spectrum, asking tough questions while maintaining a professional and respectful manner. May her soul rest in peace. With me, I don't have any request for condolences, so I am moving on unless there is a suggestion for that. Application for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city process in inquiring leave of absence. I've got Alderman K. Matebe, DA leave. I've got A. De Kock, DA, Family Responsibility Leave. S. De La Rey, DA, Sick Leave. D. Ferguson, DA, Sick Leave. I've got P. Mayor, FF Plus, Sick Leave. I've got T.R. Mpatlele, DOP, Party Commitment. I've got M. Tabedi, PAC, Provincial Capacity Building. I've got Vusima Semula, ANC, Sick Leave. I've got Ananias Mkhalusi, ANC, Family Responsibility Leave. Councillors who arranged to arrive late. I've got an Alderman G. Tinasen, FF Plus, 14 hour. I've got N. Pasco, FF Plus, 14 hour. I've got J. Fanda Spey, FF Plus, 14 hour. Councillors requested to leave early. I've got Alderman C. Brink, DA, 15 hour. I've got Councillor Arams, FF Plus, 15 hour. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
No, thanks. We also welcome the MMC of Transport, who has been noted for absentia in several times. And I wanted to also check with the Chief Whip. Did he not forget the upper limit report?
Thank you very much, Councillor Makhaleni. You started so early today. Thank you so much. Alderman Maluleka.
Speaker, Ampur Chief Whip becomes a problem. That Ampur Chief Whip is a problem. He speaks out of 10. There's nothing that you are saying. That we must respect that. It's still very early in the morning.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip of Council.
No, Honorable Speaker, I think we got the newly Chief Whip of Opposition of the DA. We will always hear from her. It's Honorable Councillor JKS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome, Councillor JKS, on your new position as the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Thank you very much. And again, let me say, I'm not responding on you, Councillor Makhaleni, but the MMC on our last meeting was here, so we don't know what are you saying. But please don't respond, because I'm not responding on you. I'm just saying it. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors. Who raised the hand now? Okay, Councillor Mnama.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want to make a submission that our caucus have submitted an early departure to leave early of Councillor Alderman Hannes Kutia. So I'm not sure if the Chief Whip has received it, but it was submitted yesterday. I can attest to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is okay, Chief Whip. Okay, noted, Councillor Erasmus. Chief Whip, can you respond after Councillor Erasmus? Maybe he's raising almost similar issue. Councillor Erasmus, noted, MMC Ramabudu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's quite early in the morning, hot in the chamber already. Can we request that the Secretariat look into the aircon of this council, that we can do something about the heat in this building? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That I have noted that the aircon is warm, is hot. Thank you. It's only an acorn. MMC. So is it fine for everyone else? MMC Ramabudu. Thank you very much. We'll look at it. We will look at it. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think it's the black shirt that is contributing. We can run to Woolies there and get something white or something. I want to raise a point of information on because we are politicians, we must not ignore such. So if you can check the sequence and check the DA, since they've removed your Musimaiman and all that, they are consistent from top that whoever who's in charge of top position must be white. Everywhere, you must go and check. It's not even a coincidence that today
Thank you, MMC.
they brought Jackie, and then Jackie working with
Thank
Brink.
you, MMC.
All
Thank
of you there, you are supervised by
MMC,
Bas and
MMC
Madam.
Ramabudu, thank
Madam is going to supervise you, Bas is going to supervise you. That's what it is.
Councillor MMC Ramabudu.
And black councillors,
MMC Ramabudu.
Mutinkulu.
MMC Ramabudu, thank you.
Mutagati is removed. All blacks are going to be removed.
Councillor Ramabudu, thank you. Chief Whip of the Opposition. Councillor Ramabudu, please. Councillor, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to remind MMC Ramabodu that Ofense Matsabatela was promoted by this party to our provincial legislature. His party doesn't have a sense of respect for him. That's why they keep him here.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on? Councillor Alderman Mashola, Chief Whip.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of leave of absence from the Action SA, I think I will liaise with the Chief Whip of Action SA. And also, Speaker, let's not waste time for nothing. Let's start our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then let's move on, councillors. Unopposed proposal proposed by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Laid by the agent report for submission to the council meeting on the 28th. Oh, thank you. My apologies, councillors. I skipped a page. Honorable councillors, casual vacancies has occurred in council as a result of the resignation of Councillor O.N. Matsibatila, DAPR councillor, and the seizing of office of Councillor Murage, ACTP PR councillor. Honorable councillors, in line with item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, 1998, Act 117 of 1998, I have received a communication dated 13 and 21st August 2025, respectively, from the Independent Electoral Commission declaring Councillor Ndala, DA PR Councillor, and Councillor Chedi, ACTP PR Councillors, whom we earlier welcomed in this council meeting, as the replacement of Councillor Matsibatila and Councillor Murage, respectively. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposal allowed by the Speaker. Late but urgent report for submission for the Council meeting of 28th August 2025. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 2 of our agenda were received from the Leader of the Executive on the 22nd August 2025 and delivered to you on SharePoint on the 22nd August 2025. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the Executive Mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits them to us today. Reports allowed by the Speaker and his discretion in terms of Section 8(1)K of Rules and Orders. Honourable Councillors, Section 8(1)K of Rules and Orders provides for reports matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8(1)K of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Speaker, the appointment of Chairperson of Section 79 Committee, Group Financial Services, resulting from the seizing of office of former Councillor R. Morage, ACDP PR Councillor in the city of Tshwane. We will get to these reports towards the end, of the agenda. Women's Month, addressed by A. Lena from Soshanguve, Block VV. I would like to invite the Lena to come to the front. Just to sit here on the table together with the mother. We can all receive them. All right. Honourable Councillors, today in our midst we have Miss Makoma Make, Elena from Achudo College in Thornview, Soshanguve. Ms. Make is the deputy head girl at the school and is today invited to address council about her journey in the advancing the rights of women and children in observing of Women's Month. She is accompanied by Ms. Sophie Msiza, the manager of Buitu Melong Children's Home in Joklin. Ms. Make, can you please approach the podium and address the council? Can we welcome her, please? Over to you.
Greetings, Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Matlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, the Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honourable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents and the public. I would first like to extend my sincerest gratitude to the Speaker for granting me the privilege to stand here and address the esteemed leadership of our city. It is not a privilege I take lightly. My name is Makoma Make. I'm a grade 12 learner at Akudeo College, Thornview in Soshanguve, Block VV. I currently serve as the deputy head girl, house captain, head of community engagements, and I am also the founder and CEO of M&M Foundation, which also helps to alleviate poverty amongst disadvantaged backgrounds. And I am with Mama Sophie Msiza, the founder and owner of Buitumelo Children's Home. As we gather during Women's Month, I am reminded of the words of Mama Albertina Sisulu, who once said, "We are each required to walk our own road and then stop, assess what we have learned and share it with others. This month celebrates women who build bridges of hope in the face of struggle, and it calls on us to carry it forward, their courage through action. Women's Month is a time to honor the strength of women like Mama Sophie Msiza, a woman who has become a mother to the motherless. Mama Sophie opened her doors to children who have been victims of abuse, neglect, and abandonment. Children whose parents, caught in the grip of addiction, could not care much for them. These children, left on the streets, under the bridges, or cast aside in despair, have found refuge in her arms. Through her selflessness, Mama Sophie has given them not just a place to stay, but the chance to rebuild their lives. She has transformed their pain into hope, and her home has become a beacon of love for those who had none. As we reflect on Women's Month, we are reminded of the resilience of women like Mama Sophie, whose unwavering strength in the face of adversity makes her a living example of the saying, "Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo." When you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Mama Sophie is that rock, and her impact on these children and the community is profound. Today, I rise not for myself, but to echo the voice of this remarkable woman. Mama Sophie has carried the burden of raising vulnerable children, but despite her efforts, she has faced challenges in securing the support needed. She provides shelter for 49 children aged from a fragile age of less than 4 weeks until they have matriculated, and none of these children that are under her care receive any form of assistance. She has made means to ensure that the children who are attending school have proper uniform and shoes by asking for donations from the church and other community members who are willing to assist. Although social workers bring children to Boitumelo Children's Home, they do not return to ensure that these children receive the necessary documentation and other necessities and essentials to move forward in life. A few months ago, I had the honor of meeting Mama Sophie when I was elected head of community engagements at my school. After visiting Boitumelo, I saw both the heartbreaking conditions and the extraordinary resilience that define this home. It became clear that this was a cause I could not ignore, and that we as a community could do more. One story will stay with me forever. A child, now a matriculant, who had once been left for dead in a pit toilet, but was saved, raised, and given hope by Mama Sophie. That child now stands on the thresholds of opportunity, not because of chance, but because of one woman's determination. During Nelson Mandela Day, my school and I and other organizations returned to assist in a small way, but it became clear that her needs were greater than what we could provide. The event was hosted on that day, and it was honored by the presence of distinguished leaders, including Honorable Deputy Minister of Police, Mr. Kasal Matale, Honorable Deputy Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Dixon Masemola, the Honorable former Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Ms. Nokawe Mafu, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of Gauteng Legislature, Mr. Ntsako Mogobe. We were also expecting the Honorable Deputy Executive Mayor of Tshwane, Mr. Eugene Modise, whose presence would have added further weight to the occasion. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to attend. Nonetheless, his support and recognition of Boitumelo remain deeply valued. On her behalf, I humbly bring before you 3 urgent requests. Assistance with securing a lease to provide legal recognition and stability of the home. Provision of ID documentation, especially for matriculants preparing for their final examinations, as their schools are struggling to register them due to the challenge of them not having any identification documents. And we know it is a crucial time for the matrics because they also need to apply to universities, as well as other orphans under her care who still need help with ID documentations. Support with water and food supply to ensure that no children in Boitumelo Children's Home sleeps on an empty stomach, and for them to have backup when they are facing water crisis, as there is an issue of water supply around the area. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Executive Mayor, Honorable Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable MMCs, and Honorable Councils, Boitumelo Children's Home is more than a children's home. It is a living testament to the resilience of women, to the power of the community, and to the hope of our nation's future. Mama Sophie has carried this burden for more than 20 years. It is now time that we as a community carry it with her. As we stand here today, we are not faced not just with a request, but with a responsibility to ensure that the most vulnerable among us are not forgotten. The children of Buitumelo Children's Home are more than just numbers. They are our future, and they deserve the opportunity to grow, to thrive, to become leaders of tomorrow. We must remember that true leadership is not measured by what we accomplish for ourselves, but by how much we uplift those who need us the most. Mama Sophie Msiza has carried the burden of nurturing and protecting these children for over 20 years, but the time has come for us to stand alongside her. The strength of a community lies in its willingness to support, to uplift, and to take action when it is needed the most. Let us show that this community, the council, understands the true meaning of leadership. Let us show that we can be the change makers that these children need. Let us respond to the call of humanity and take divisive action today. In the words of Maya Angelou, we should know that diversity makes for a rich Transparency, and we must understand that threads of the Transparency are equal in value, not matter in their color. Let us weave the threads of our compassion, our humanity, and our leadership into a future where no child is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I can allow them to leave, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you. Before we can allow our guests to leave the chamber, I would like the following people to respond, and I'll take from both sides of the house so that we can all respond to this message. It's coming to all of us. It's not specific. But let me allow the Women Caucus, one person to respond. I'll follow the protocol. Can I have one person from the Women's Caucus to respond? I don't know who, because I don't have the name of the chairperson. Thank you very much, Councillor William Moses.
Check mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, so I see that the mics are working here today. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, you are aware that we don't currently have a chairperson there, but I will be the voice if I need to be. Ja, want ons byzat niks, ons daladet. So, Speaker, I am quite sure that we did not have the submission made for the debate that we usually have for Women's Month. So, if we could, if the House would indulge us, because we really do not want to fight in Women's Month for our voices to be heard here in Council. So if that could please be mitigated, Speaker, it would be highly appreciated. Thank you very much, Speaker.
What is the response to the girl? That's what I've asked for. Thank you. Please, can I have a response to the speech that has been given? Thank you.
Speaker, we do have our deputy chair here as well. I'm not quite sure in terms of protocol. If she would allow me, then I will proceed. Okay, she's not here, it seems.
Deputy Chairperson.
Thanks, Speaker. Councillor Debbie Williams, you will proceed. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. You guys will not understand protocol, so we will just move it along. So for the young lady that have presented, we do need more lady leadership, woman leadership like her, to continue to be the voices within our communities. For too long, we have been silenced in our communities. And it is in terms of us doing what we are doing here to set a proper example for our girls to be able to address the social ills within our communities. for them to really make sure that we address the plight of not only the young girls, but also the boys within our communities. So for her, we would like to say, Humandla, keep on keeping on and make sure that our voices are never silenced. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman Tigeledi, Alderman Silowa, Alderwoman Silowa, your response to the young lady.
Okay, thank you. The one thing that is so important is to see young women being activists in our communities. It inspires even us as leaders to go back and give back to those communities and make the change that is there. What she spoke about is also challenging us as leaders in communities to actually say we need to give back to the communities that we come from and ensure that they receive the adequate support, because they are making a change and a difference where we as government sometimes do not get to reach them. So this is why it's pivotal that we do this, but as well that we support programs in schools that involve the communities, civil society, and as well that we actually support young women in their journeys as being leaders in societies, because they are the ones who are going to take over from us. And if we are not there to hold their hands in their journey as being leaders, we are doing an injustice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The MMC of Social Development. Press your mic.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to Executive Mayor Kgosi Kekana and his entourage, DEM Leader of Executive Business, MMC's Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip, and my fellow councillors. To Makoma Make, your voice, your courage, and your message is powerful and inspiring. Standing up and speaking out, especially in spaces where voices like yours are often underrepresented, takes strength, passion, and conviction. You showed all of that and more. You didn't just deliver a speech, you carried the voices of many girl child and many women with you. You reminded us the fight of equality, respect, and dignity is ongoing, and that it may need bold leaders like you. Never underestimated the impact your words can have. You may have sparked hope in someone who felt invisible and courage in someone who was afraid to speak. Makoma, the multi-party coalition will extend the support to Melo Shelter as it has been doing with other shelters in the city. Keep shining, keep showing up, and never stop using your voice for what matters. The world needs more of it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC Mashabela. I'm coming to the executive mayor and the deputy. I'm coming. Protocol observed. Once you speak, no one will speak after you. MMC Mashabela.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, members of the Mayoral Committee. On behalf of the EFF, I would like to say that we appreciate seeing young girls who cement themselves in societies in such a young age, where they've decided to take up space in communities that are known to be volatile. We would like to extend our warmest greetings that even the home that you were speaking about, we will ensure that this council give it support, the necessary support that it needs, so that it can be efficient and effective for the people of Soshanguve. We appreciate young black women who take up space in our townships, because we understand that townships, for the longest time under the DA-led administration, they were not attended. So we are saying that we are going to give back to our black townships the very same way that the regime have been giving to Waterkloof and Kleinfontein. So we'd like to say to you, young women, you must be like us, you must be an achiever, you must embrace education, because most of us who are sitting in this council, we really embrace education. Do not dream of becoming a councillor. It is not a job that you can say that it is very easy. Do not even see us as the limelight, because the work that we are doing for the past 8 years, we have failed the people of this city. Sitting here in this council, we have never done anything to black townships, and I think that the executive that is currently leading now understand what needs to be done. If you can go to Garangua as we speak, Speaker, our people stay in a place where even animals cannot stay in. The dog of JKAs will not survive in Garangua. So those are the things that, as this council, would like to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me now invite the Executive Mayor to do the closing comments. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, we can't discuss the dog of Councillor Chekes. Thank you so much, Executive Mayor.
Good morning to you, Speaker, to fellow colleagues in council today. Councillor, Khosi Umahlangu and his entourage, Khosu Kekana and his entourage, and all protocols observed, Speaker. A special word of welcome to Ma Sophie and to Mama Koma. I think, Speaker, whenever we think of leadership, we always attach age to it. And I think today, through your wisdom of allowing Umakoma to come and address us here today, and it may be symbolic for others, but there's a powerful message just listening to her speak and Umasofi standing next to her. That was powerful. That's the future that we are looking for, where young people are not shy to take up leadership responsibility. And Makoma, leadership, Sisi, is not about positions. You lead where you are. As long as you have the heart for community, you have the heart for your people, you have the heart for this nation, you are a leader. And I can promise you, Ntombazana, the work that you have done, you may have done way more than people with leadership positions. So thank you so much for allowing your heart to serve and for standing up for and to support your efforts is Gama Sophie. So thank you, and please to your team at school and your teachers that I'm sure are supporting your efforts in the work that you do in the community, please keep on keeping on. And thank you for reminding us, because the leaders that we have, they forget that what is most important, that if we want to take this nation forward, we won't be able to do that if we leave the most vulnerable behind. We're just going to exacerbate the gap between the haves and the have-nots. So thank you that when you are comfortable and your parents can take you to good schools and you are comfortable, you don't be complacent and say you've got everything that you need, that you are able to look within the community around you and do your best. So thank you so much. And Ma Sophie, the work that you do is really unforgiving. It's a thankless job. To look after human beings, it's not an easy thing. It requires more than leadership. It requires a heart of gold. So thank you, and I can imagine that you can't do this work and still take care of your family, that your children don't own you, that you have become the mother of a nation. So thank you for what you do for the kids that you look after, but also for taking care of the future of this country. So from my side, Speaker, is just to remind ourselves as those who have positions of power and influence, that when we don't do the work, we also burden others to do the work that we're supposed to do. When you have, in this day and age in South Africa, you find a 15-year-old begging leaders to support a children's home, it doesn't look good on us as leaders. So I think for us, if this is not an awakening moment for us as those who have positions of power and influence, I don't know what will be, but it's always good to be in the presence of powerful women. We are for women who do not portray themselves as victims, but women who look and say, what can I do to build our nation? So thank you so much, Speaker, for granting this opportunity, and thank you so much to the two ladies. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I believe, Ms. Make, the leadership of the city has heard you. They've listened to you as your host. I will make sure that the information that you have, please leave that speech. Don't take it home, so that we can be able to look at the points that we have mentioned. And then we'll get into them and we'll discuss with the MMC of Social Development. Then the city will see what to do. But trust me, this House cannot fold their arms for what we have raised to us. Thank you very much. If you can, we can allow now to excuse us so that we can continue with the business of the day. If we can all stand up, allow them to leave the House. Please be seated. Thank you very much. While we are still on unopposed, by the Speaker, I would like to invite Councillor Lex Mikkelberg to address the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have requested this opportunity to address Council on a matter in terms of Section 4 of the regulations or disciplinary regulations for senior officials. I have in my possession an affidavit given to me yesterday by National Treasury on a matter that is very serious and deals with a fraud that was perpetrated on this council. I have prepared 3 sets of documents, the one to be taken up in the minutes of this meeting, a copy for the municipal manager, if he will pay some attention, and for the executive mayor. Mr. Speaker, just as a bit of background, last year there was a very troubling judgment that came out pertaining to our CFO. The judge made it clear that there were some irregularities.
Just hold on. Point of order.
No, thanks, Speaker. I don't know where we are, but I'm trying to put my hand on what might be the issue here. If we are dealing with staff matters, Councillor Lex knows what is the procedure. If Councillor Lex wants to bring a motion, he knows how to bring a motion. Therefore, these fictitious things that we see now deserves an Oscar award, but they don't have a place in our council meeting. Therefore, it's not allowed what he's doing. Don't allow him to do what he's doing. Because tomorrow somebody's going to bring a report here and say, your head of department has an issue. Can we debate it? Therefore, let's not allow wrong things, Speaker. Please, I beg you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Malulega, the leader of the executive. Unfortunately, I don't have a preview on what Councillor Lex is tabling. So he requested to speak on unopposed. We wanted to address the meeting. Councillor Lex, if I may request you to address this matter in a manner that I will discuss it with you. Can we then, because if you have affidavit, you've got minutes of this council meeting, you've got everything, then it means it must be raised proper, not in this meeting. Let's engage and engage the relevant leaders in government, then look at the affidavit that you are giving us. Then if then there is a need to bring it to council, then we will bring it to council. So in that shell, let's pack it, and then when we are done or when we are in a break, let's talk about it, engage the relevant people. Then we'll formulate a report if it has to come to council, so that all of us we engage. Because, thank you very much. Just before you respond, Lex, MMC, Ramaburu.
No, thank you, Speaker. There's nothing to respond, because if we are going to run this council as if we are in some Stokvel, it's not going to work. That's why there are procedures in terms of the reports that must be tabled in council. So the minute we start allowing people to come and speak with files as if we are in court, there's an opposing matters and all that. And you must check the posture of that side, gossipers. They were very quiet because they were waiting for something. They are always waiting for something. And if we allow that, we are going to speak about people's relationships here one day, people's family gatherings, then it's just going to deteriorate. So let's not allow it. The point of order has been raised. Can we rule on the point of order? In the first place, the honorable member there's no section that is raising on why he's raising that matter with affidavit and names of people. Yo?
Thank you very much.
Very big. Look at that size of an affidavit. Just look at that size.
Thank you very much. As I indicated earlier on, if I had a preview on a document, I would have not allowed it. Councillor Lex, can we have this outside the meeting with the relevant people that needs to see the documents? Then if we need to make a report and come back to the council, we'll do so. That is my ruling. We are not proceeding with your presentation. Thank you.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it would serve some purpose if people, before they raise points of order, actually read the section to which I have made reference. That section requires of me as a councillor to place before council this information. You are now preventing me from placing this information before council.
Councillor Mikkelberg. Okay, thank you, councillors. Before I take you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mikkelberg, I understand what you are saying, but respect my ruling. We are not proceeding with the document that you are reading. We will do it the way that I advise you to do it. That's the ruling that I'm giving you. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to agree with you that we sustain your ruling and never allow such to happen again. You can't mention names of people here willy-nilly. And then we don't state that this is in committee or whatever. Actually, Alderman Maluleka was diplomatic. This is a gimmick we cannot allow here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that shell, let's proceed with our meeting. Yes, let me start there. I'm coming to you. Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. Are you now overruling yourself? Because Section D says unopposed proposals by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Now you're ruling against yourself, saying you're not going to allow it. So you're ruling against yourself.
Listen, I'm not moving back. I've ruled and I stand with that ruling.
I'm just asking you a question.
Councillor, I'm not changing the ruling. I'm standing with the ruling.
So you've
Thank you
ruled
very
against
much.
yourself. Thank you, Speaker.
MMC Ramabudu. MMC Ramabudu.
No, I want to refer Councillor Middleburg to rules and ethics. Because if we allow such behavior of name dropping names of other people with allegations of affidavit, go to court. That you have prepared is very nice for court, not here. Judges can listen to that. Affidavit and all. There's nothing that allows affidavit to be tabled here in this council. Go and read this yellow book. Actually, this yellow book says there are no people who must be.
Thank you, MMC.
No, but you see.
I've gave ruling on this. Can we move on, please?
So let's refer him.
Leader of the executive.
Let's refer him.
I've made a ruling on this MMC. Please, leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. I want to speak under Section D, unopposed motions. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to Metem Binyembe, who passed on last week, who's a seasoned actor, acted in Zone 14 Oscar recipient movie called Tsotsi, whom we paid tribute to one of the late actors. But Metembi was one of the stalwarts of acting. She died at 75 years old, born in Kliptown, and acted in theater, both theater, film, and TV. Therefore, one of the things that I want to say, Speaker, is not only speaking about Metembi and her passing, but it's also Menandi. My apologies. My issues around the plight of actors and the industry. That most actors die as paupers, and South Africans are mobilized to donate for them. We need to look at our contribution as council in the art and culture sector, that the industry is exploiting on actors. And many production companies are profiting millions and millions, and even go to royalties of these same actors. The one thing that we need to do is to voice out our grievance around the plight of actors, and most of them, they've spent their money on schooling themselves on their craft, traveling to many European countries to harness their skills. But coming back here, they die as poor people. Therefore, we can't, from time to time, pay condolences and talk about actors as if they didn't enrich the culture of South Africa and the world. Therefore, it's important that we start to have a conversation around how the industry looks after its actors. Because most of them, they die paupers, they don't have houses, they don't have anything when they die. Therefore, it's high time that we engage in that conversation. We don't post on social media and talk about the passing of stalwarts in the acting industry. We need to engage our peers in the province. The minister can donate 5,000 to Mayor Nandinyembe for her situation, because he can't afford to buy food. The minister must take to law a policy and laws, make laws that will look at how we look after our artists. And that is something that I wanted to raise with council through your permission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Malulega. That is being noticed and noted. Let's move to item D, consideration of minutes of the previous council meeting. Ordinary Council, 31st August 2025. 31st August. 31st August is Sunday. Anderson. Thank you very much. That means it's the last council meeting of July. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the ordinary council meeting for approval. Approved. In committee council, 31st July 2025. Honorable councillors, I am deferring these in-committee minutes to be dealt with later during the meeting when we consider the confidential report contained in the agenda. Then we will deal with these minutes when we get to that. Yeah. Now, can we then invite the executive mayor to table the reports, please? Over to you, executive mayor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Once again, let me now properly greet yourself, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, and most importantly, Speaker, the residents of Tshwane, in which we have the pleasure to serve. Speaker, let me start by adding our voice on behalf of the Mayoral Committee to the condolences that have been expressed here, to Miss, the family and the colleagues of Miss Tshidi Madia, one of the renowned journalists. We will always remember her for defending us at the White House when misinformation was being peddled about the Republic, and she stood up. And that's what we will remember about Tshidi Madia.
She was not bullied.
I would like to also add the name of Ume Nandi Nyembe, one of the stalwart Speaker, one of the women who remind us as the women that it's always possible to have a name and leave a legacy. So we want to also express our condolences. Speaker, we had a very tragic loss of 4 women in the Easteras area that were brutally killed by what is termed as a serial killer / serial rapist. We want to express our condolences to their families and their friends and say we cannot allow this to continue, Speaker. It's getting very disheartening that as leaders we come out to express condolences, yet every hour there is a woman lost either killed or a woman that is being abused in communities as we speak. So we want to express, and the latest victim, Speaker, is that of Gaugelo Marota in Hammanskraal, Themba, that was brutally killed by a person who was supposed to love her, give her protection and comfort, and all she got was death. So, Speaker, I would like to express our condolences to the families and the friends of those individuals that have lost. Speaker, last Monday, we had something in our city that I think as this collective must never be normalized. We had a community of Garangua, Speaker, that led a peaceful protest that included from the clergy to the taxi industry to informal traders, 4 generations, from teenagers to magogos and everything in between. And this community is saying we're feeling like stepchildren of the city of Tshwane. Speaker, there's a lot of issues there, but this community is bringing issues from 2017, especially on the issue of billing, when the city decided to disband SWA, and their bills have never been rectified up until now. Speaker, we continue to experience that the backlog in service delivery, especially in townships, is because there's a lot of years that work was not done, and it's catching up with us. Speaker, as people are announcing campaigns, it dawned on us that this term is coming to an end, and this council must take stock for these 5 years. What is it that will showcase to the communities that they must trust us again to be re-elected? We will gladly account for the period starting October 2024 until end of our term. But someone must account for the failures before October 2024. Because, Speaker, the communities are speaking now because we are listening, because we are accessible to them. But it does not help, and we're not going to go to communities and say, "Ungabalandi nje." We're not going to say that, because we said we wanted to serve communities. But I do believe that if there's such a thing as political consciousness, it must be activated, because the failures of the administration before October 2024 are haunting us on a single day. They then, as the community, they handed over the memorandum, Speaker. We have duly responded to that memorandum. We've worked with the community leaders of Garangua. Work is happening. What is happening in Garangua, we're going to replicate it in other townships as well, in terms of how we organize our resources and fight the backlog. So work has been done, Speaker, but it's important that while we do the work, we also ask people to hold themselves accountable, because we are too busy working to hold others accountable. Speaker, it brings me to another matter. People celebrated a headline that says the mayor and the speaker must be jailed if we do not comply with the fresh produce market court order.
City manager.
What did I say? Speaker, oh, Speaker. You can come with me, Speaker.
He was going to run away. He was preparing to run away.
Speaker, it should be a point of shame as a council that your client takes you to court because you could not provide ablution facilities while they pay you. That court order is from 2023, Speaker. It was clear what work needed to be done. It was clear how the relationship had to be managed. None of that happened. We received the court order. I am also happy to report, Speaker, that the work that we are doing with IMASA, the association that took us to court, is yielding a fruit in terms of discussing the way forward and the future of the market, and how we can use that market to support the agriculture and agro-processing sector in South Africa, because it was a matter of public interest, Speaker. And I saw some of the colleagues from this council celebrating. I think they want to see a cute girl in orange overalls. It's not going to happen, Speaker.
It won't happen.
Yes. Speaker, I think one of the legacies that we must leave, or we must inculcate in this city, is a city that the residents of Tshwane are saying they miss their city. They will tell you how this city used to be. Others will even take you during apartheid when there was Boputa Tshwane. And they then said, Speaker, they want their city back. People who remember the Garangua industrial, people who remember how Hammanskraal was with the industrial, the Babelegi industrial, the Bronco Sprayed, the Ekandastria, showgrounds, the Vonnebaum airport that worked, the Rooival power station that worked, the Pretoria West power station that worked. Residents of Tshwane, they miss all of that. They miss having jobs in their homes. They miss a city that doesn't have crime. They miss a functioning city. And it is our responsibility, Speaker, to give it to the people of Tshwane or leave the council if we are unable to do so. And so, Speaker, there's one priority that we have announced. I don't know, Speaker, every time I say something, people buy a touch check. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know, Speaker. It may be a campaign season. Aye, Speaker, one thing I can tell you, Speaker, is that the people that are in this council, they will not determine who comes back or who doesn't. It's the residents out there that will make that determination. So ignore all of that. Speaker, one of the priorities, remember when we addressed the State of the City address and our budget speech, we spoke of 6 priorities. We said we will do everything, Speaker, but if we don't talk about the economy of the city, we would not be, addressing a matter that is pressing in communities. Abantu balambile, Speaker. They need jobs. Businesses are closing down or they are not surviving. And we need to have businesses that are sustainable here. And so, Speaker, we made this a priority. And one of the things that we have done, there's a lot, Speaker. We had brought here the economic revitalization strategy. We started implementing it, Speaker. But part of that implementation of the strategy is that as the city, we must come out guns blazing. What is it that we will do to support the growth of the economy in the city? We know that as the city, we're not going to be the ones that are investing. We need private sector to come. And we then said, we have assets that belong to the city that can enable and activate sectors that we have identified in the strategy. Secondly, Speaker, if we don't talk about an infrastructure development plan for the investors that we are bringing, we won't get quality investors and we're not going to earn their trust. So there's work that we have done. And also, Speaker, there is something that most politicians will make pronouncement about, the investment incentive kit. We have it now, Speaker, and those are the things that we'll be unveiling at the Investment Summit on the 10th of September. And that summit, Speaker, is supposed to be one of the many ways in which we're going to activate and support the economic growth of the city. I don't think we should forget, Speaker, the significance of this particular priority. City of Tshwane contributes 9% to the national GDP, and it contributes 25% to the provincial GDP. If Tshwane doesn't work, and as it has not been the past few years, then the province won't work and the country won't work. So it is really important that we get the economy of the city right. Speaker, we celebrated to see a glimpse of hope when the stats came out, the labor stats came out, that of the jobs that were created in Gauteng in the last quarter, 85% of those jobs were created here in Tshwane. It has never happened before. We have suffered an increasing employment rate, especially among young people. So we then said, Speaker, we are analyzing that data to say something right is happening in Tshwane, and we must capitalize on that, and we must scale up on it. So, Speaker, in terms of the reports that we are bringing, I think one of the main responsibilities of this council is to make decisions that are going to enable this institution to deliver on its constitutional obligations. So there are key decisions that we are bringing. First, on the fresh produce market, there is a precinct plan that was hidden somewhere since 2023, never been processed. We are bringing it to council, Speaker, so that it enriches the conversation that we are having with the stakeholders and the customers at the fresh produce market. Speaker, we have had, people making promises, but inner city rejuvenation as part of our Reclaim Our City program is something that we are pushing for. Hence, we are bringing the bylaw on the problematic buildings. And I'm hoping, Speaker, that we will be supported. One of the challenges that we have, Speaker, is on infrastructure, whether on the side of the capital itself or the investment in having new infrastructure or maintenance of infrastructure. But we have been saying that we want to build in-house capacity. And part of that in-house capacity is talking then to the policy that you are bringing on the professional engineering program, where we need to be intentional as this council about supporting the professionals that take care of our infrastructure. And I hope that this council will be able to support us, Speaker. Those are some of the reports that we are bringing, because we don't want to bring flimsy reports here that don't take the council anywhere. And hence we are asking council to support us on what we are bringing. Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. In terms of, sorry, forgot the other part. So it is my pleasure, Speaker, to submit reports from the Mayoral Committee to Council for consideration as contained in Part 1 and Part 2, as well as Annexures A and A1 for cognizance and or discussion. Speaker, the reports are submitted, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Then let's move on with our reports. The reports are submitted. Part 1 from the Mayoral Committee meeting, 13th August 2024. Item 1, reference number 64230-1, Group Financial Services Department, remuneration of Valuation Appeal Board members. This report is on page 7 to page 29. Recommendations are on page 10. On this item, I've got Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Please, operator, assist me with the minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The policy for Valuation Appeal Board is a stringent financial management guideline in ensuring the city has a solid cost containment measure to enable and maintain good financial management. Regulate and set parameters for the remuneration and claims on other costs by Valuation Appeal Board members, as directed by COGTA, in accordance with Section 61(3) of the MPRA. Speaker, we should bear in mind that the policy is in line with the annual Treasury notice in terms of the Treasury regulation guidelines, which will enhance good governance in terms of audit reports and minimize wasteful expenditure that the city may incur by making sure or encounter by making sure that all processes and procedure are ahead in terms of remuneration and cost as regulated. The Valuation Appeal Board plays an instrumental role in maintaining fairness, transparency, and integrity within our valuation system. Recognizing this, it is only fitting that we ensure their efforts are supported through appropriate remuneration. This is not only reflects the value we place in their services, but also ensures that we attract and retain qualified, capable individuals to uphold standards of our valuation processes. More so, Speaker, as the policy will be reviewed on a yearly basis ahead of the start of a financial year. It will help to strengthen compliance and incorporate changing factors that may affect the policy. In conclusion, Speaker, the African National Congress supports the approval of the policy for Valuation Appeal Board members. This decision aligns with the commitment to transparent governance and acknowledgement of the critical role that the board plays in our civic lives. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Chippy Fesa from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
The opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Councillor M. Sajin from FF Plus. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Councillors, on the surface this item looks routine, approval of short-term debt facilities for the 25-26 financial year. But as always, we must read between the lines. The Municipal Finance Management Act is clear. Short-term debt may only be used for bridging in-year cash flow and must be repaid.
Okay, there's a point of order. Thank you very much. Councillor Sajin, you are speaking on item 2 now, and you are recorded on item 1.
Speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize.
Just hold on. MMC Ram.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think part of what is in your office is to induct also. So when you see such issues, because it's not happening for the first time, this is for the 4th time. Every council, that side of FF Plus, there's a confusion. So please help, including the lady there. There's a lady there always reading wrong things the whole day.
Thank
so
you, MMC.
assist them so that they can be equipped.
Thank you, MMC. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, thank you. I agree there should be induction, and then Councillor Ramabodu can read the rule book for a change. Let me proceed with item 1, speech. I apologize for the inconvenience earlier. Honourable Speaker, we are presented today with a report that on the surface looks routine, a policy framework for the remuneration of the valuation appeal board members. But if we read between the lines, what is missing here is as important as what is written. Nowhere in this report does it tell us how many people are being appointed, what the total financial impact on the city will be, or whether multiple boards will be established. We're simply asked to approve a policy without clear cost projection. The report tells us that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs appoints these members, but the city must carry the cost. Yet there is no estimate of what this cost will mean for our already strained budget. Are we looking at 1 million or 10 million? Council is being asked to sign off in the dark. Furthermore, there is no mention of safeguards against inflated claims, travel allowances, hours billed, research time. All of these are left wide open. Where is the mechanism to prevent abuse or to ensure regular reporting back to Council on actual expenditure? Speaker, financial discipline is not only about what we spend, it is about what we choose not to spend until full information is before us. We cannot continue approving policies that create blank checks. Council must demand a full costing, staffing plan and reporting mechanism. It is the responsible thing to do. And then, Mr. Speaker, if you give me the opportunity, I do have 3 recommendations that I would like to make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You still have time, and read your
All right.
recommendations.
Mr. Speaker, recommendation number 1 is that the Council requires a full costing and staffing plan, including the number of valuation appeal board members and total project expenditure before the remuneration policy is finally adopted. Number 2, that Council resolve to cap claims and allowances in line with National Treasury rates with no additional payments unless pre-authorised in writing. Number 3, that Council directs the CFO to submit quarterly reports on actual expenditure, number of appeals heard, and any irregular claims to the relevant Section 79 committee, proposed by myself, Councillor Mark Surgeon, seconded by Councillor Dion Harmsa.
Thank you. These are the recommendation that needs to be added or recommended to be added on the report. That council require a full costing and staffing plan, including the number of valuation appeal board members and total projected expenditure before the remuneration policy is finally approved. The council resolved to cap claim and allowance in line with the National Treasury rates with no additional payments unless pre-authorized in writing. 3, that council direct the CFO to submit quarterly report on actual expenditure, member of appeal head, and any irregular claims to the relevant Section 79 committee proposed by Councillor Mark Sargent and seconded by Councillor Amse. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. You don't only read the report, you must also read the annexures. Because if the council had taken time to read the annexures, Annexure B, Annexure A explains exactly what it's talking about. Annexure B explains the cost and what we are charged for each meeting and positions thereof. There's no need for those recommendations that are there. If he had taken time, sleep late not to insult people on Twitter, but to read the reports and annexures. Because he's very best at insulting people on Twitter, that councillor. He must take time to read the reports because it's on page 24, 23. Those things are there. He was lazy to read the 4 first pages of the report. And he thought, no, exactly, I found them. I'm going to deal with them. Let's deal with you by reading, empower you. You are too young not to be able to read. You are very young. Don't be lazy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Honourable
Not
Speaker.
noted.
If the Leader of the Executive Business did actually read the report or the annexes, then he can kindly point to me which page indicates exactly how many members are being appointed. I agree there is a table that shows how much they're going to get paid, but how many are there? 100, 10, 20? We don't know. So help me out here. Thanks.
So can I get it clear? Are you standing with your recommendation, or are you okay with the response that the Leader of the Executive is giving, or you want to engage with him? Because he's referring that the recommendations are on the annexures. So if the recommendations that we are putting there are already in the on the annexures, then we must engage to agree before we can move to this. It's either we engage or whichever way that you think it's right for you. The hand from the Chief Whip of the Opposition. What are you standing for, ma'am?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to place on record that while the DA is very much in agreement that information requested in the recommendations should be made available to Council, we differ that it should be included in a policy document. And we believe that this information should be made available, but in a different form, possibly through oversight committees, but not as part of a policy document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In other words, Councillor Sargent, please find time to engage with the Leader of the Executive. Please do that. Yeah, that will be my advice. Please find time to engage and talk to him. Okay. What I don't want us to have is the dialogue, but it's important to know when they are saying the report, it's in the annexures. You should have looked at the report. But what are you saying on my advice? Can you engage with the Leader of the Executive? And he's asking outside of the meeting, not here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, if the leader of the executive business wanted to engage, you didn't have to insult me. I'll withdraw the recommendations and we can defer to the Section 79. We'll deal with it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we are moving on as recommended. Item 2. Yes, MMC Ramabod.
No, we also want to add sorry, man. He's very handsome. Sorry, my brother.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
You
Thank
can see
you,
emotions
MMC.
there.
Let's then move to item 2, reference number 08241/1, Group Financial Services Department, approval of short-term debt facilities for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 30 to page 75. Recommendations are on page 33. I've got Councillor Malope from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor.
We request
Deputy Chief Whip.
we request a 10 minutes caucus.
10 minutes caucus is granted. MMC Mashabele, approach. Thank you very much. Can we all be seated, please? Can we all be seated, councillors? Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's continue with our meeting. You can push it. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll now request the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC or the Deputy Chief Whip to give us a feedback.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for granting us a 10 minutes caucus. We have managed to have a discussion amongst ourselves. We have resolved we can proceed with the meeting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. I've already called Councillor Malope to speak on this report. Your 3 minutes, Councillor, starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In order for the City of Tshwane to have sound and adequate financial management, one of the core functions and obligation of accounting officer under local government, MFNA Act 56 of 2003, regarding the city financial matters is to secure or obtain a short-term debt facilities from commercial bank, namely Absa Bank, to strengthen the city liquidity to be at its firm level to meet its cash flow projection. Honorable Speaker, with the approval of 2025-26 medium-term revenue and expenditure program by Council on 29 May 2025, the short-term debt will bridge operational and capital needs for city, bearing in mind that sufficient provision for interest payable has been included in 2025-2026 MTREF. More so, Honorable Speaker, in light of all the banks engaged in receiving competitive and transparent process which will allow the city to obtain the best value for money, Absa Bank responded positively and offered the city short-term debt for financial 2025 and 26 financial year as follows. Preliminary lending facility amounting to 800 million and guarantee facility of 200 million and cession of cash agreement. Honorable Speaker, it is imperative to note that in order to fulfill this agreement, the city manager under Section 7.1 must obtain authorization to sign all necessary agreements and documents to give effect of the debt facility as stipulated. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, the ANC approves the short-term debt facility agreement to be entered with Absa Bank to implement the medium-term revenue and expenditure program for 2025 and 2026 financial year as approved by Council, that authorization be granted to the city manager as signatory to secure the debt. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this item, Alderman Brink, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. When Deputy Mayor Modise, as Finance MMC, made the budget speech, he mentioned that his government would proceed without applying for loans. Well, that was a short time before things changed. Speaker, the report before us asked Council to approve an 800 million rand short-term loan facility on a budget that has subsequently been rendered unfunded. The setting aside of the city cleansing levy by the Gauteng High Court and the refusal of leave to appeal leaves the city with a deficit upward of 500 million rand. When the budget was approved at the end of July, the DA warned against the city cleansing levy, that its structure didn't make it clear what part of it would go to city cleansing. The budget that was put before us didn't even increase the city cleansing provision. And so, we now operate on a false premise of a funded budget. We've had unfunded budgets before, and the way that you deal with that is you adopt a funding plan, a set of measures which you'll take difficult decisions in order to achieve a funded position. But even before this High Court decision on the city cleansing levy, Speaker, it was clear that on the funding plan, which was in place in the previous financial year, the city had underperformed for all of the months that the ANC coalition was in charge of the city. The result of that was that we ended the last financial year with an effective deficit of 857 million. Now, on top of that hole left by the court case on the city cleansing levy. So, what we need is a review of the funding plan. There are funding measures in the budget, but it's based on a false premise. They are inadequate. Before we haven't had a proper review of the funding plan, we cannot, in good conscience, Speaker, continue as a council signing checks, proceed in the dark. Please make a plan, rework the funding plan, and then bring this loan to us. In the absence of this, the DA cannot support this loan facility. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Mutiba from Action SA.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, I thought the new chief whip of the opposition will school the fly-by-night lawyer in regards with MFMA. Speaker, the report before us seeks council approval for the city of Tshwane to enter into a short-term debt facilities for the financial year. While it is true that in June that this year, council approved a fully funded budget, these short-term facilities are not about supplementing the budget. They are a crucial tool to ensure the city can respond flexibility to its operational and financial obligations throughout the financial year. Section 45 of the MFMA provides for the incurring of the short-term debt for the operational purposes within the financial year, provided it is repaid the same financial period. This ensures accountability and financial discipline while safeguarding the service delivery. These facilities offered by Absa Bank includes a primary lending of 800 million and guarantees of 200 million. This instrument allows the city to manage its finances prudently and ensuring operational stability and resilience. Honourable Speaker, approving these facilities demonstrates financial responsible and proactive financial governance. Action SA believes that public funds are a public trust, and managing short-term facilities carefully allows the city to maintain uninterrupted services while adhering to the principle of transparency and accountability. As outlined in Section 195 of the Constitution and the MFMA. In conclusion, Speaker, approving these facilities ensures that city remains financially resilient, service-focused, and able to respond effectively to its operational needs, even in context of fully funded budget. I therefore urge Council to support this report and empower the city to manage its finances responsibly and prudently. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sargent, FF Plus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've already heard half of my speech previously, but we must concur with the former mayor and add, if we look at the annexures, what we do not find in this report is a repayment schedule, no month-by-month cash flow, no indication of which revenue streams will cover these facilities. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have no choice but to ask you to record our dissenting vote. That's for the entire VF Plus, all the members present. Please record our dissenting votes on this item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on this item is AWF Middelburg. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a very basic principle that regulates when short-term debt can be incurred. And it is that short-term debt cannot be rolled. That means the debt must be repaid from reasonably anticipated income expected within the financial year. What actually happens from year to year is that we have this debt, we repay it by not paying and accruing creditors, an ever-increasing amount of creditors every year, and then in the next year we incur new short-term debt which we use to pay some of those creditors, not all. And every year this cycle gets worse. Now, A simple debt roll is where one debt is simply replaced by another debt. But there's no difference between one debt being replaced by a different kind of debt and that different kind of debt then being replaced with a renewal of the original debt. It just simply takes another step. It is also a form of kite flying. Now, if a private citizen would do this, it would be a crime. It is also a crime when the city does this. We have been getting away with this practice for a very, very long time, but it is unacceptable, and I have always spoken up against it, and I continue my opposition against this practice. Please have my dissenting vote on this minuted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, a point of order. Are you standing on, sir?
No, it's a point of information how we have lost a friend on Honorable Lex. If you can know how we work together to remove the DA and how we lost each other along the way, it must be reviewed. We worked, he was very instrumental. We supported each other, meeting in some restaurant in Pretoria East every fortnight, removing the DA. So we are very sad about this loss, but we are going to recover. We are going to recover.
Thank you very much. Then, Honorable Council, that was the last speaker on this item. Honorable Councillors, it should be noted. Are you speaking? Okay. So can I continue?
Thank you very much, Speaker. It will be a height of folly that we remain silent while the residents are lied to. There's no deficit in the budget. And actually, I want to concur with the Speaker from Action SA. Numbers are not for ordinary people. I'm referring to real numbers. When you speak about billions and the likes, it's not for ordinary people. So you can be lost in the process and then lie. The pain, which is consistent, I don't know they will heal, of a funded budget because they failed for 5 years. It's consistent as well. But let me assist because there's a likelihood of there's a sickness called nostalgia at that site. When they had unfunded budget, they used the facility. And the rationale behind what we are doing is to ensure that we maintain the service delivery to our people. So the funded budget was approved by a national treasury, not somebody who have done whatever for whatever years and whatever. People who got acute knowledge of the finances. So on that note, Speaker, we are saying we want to proceed with the facility because we want to be commercially viable as the city. That's the essence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillors. It should be noted that in accordance with Section 160, 3B of the Constitution, a decision of the approval of the raising of loans by the municipal must be taken by the council with a supporting vote of a majority of council members, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject the approval of these short-term debt facilities to the vote. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support the short-term debt facility to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Nendibale madoda. Please lower your hands. Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, this short-term debit facility has now been passed with 115 councillors in favour of. As recommended? Yes. Let's move to item 3. Yes, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. As this is a budgetary item, we also need to record the votes against the item as well as the abstentions.
Can the Chief Whip repeat what you are saying? Can you repeat what you are saying?
Thanks, Speaker. This is a financial item, so the votes against as well as the abstentions must also be voted and counted. Thank you.
Okay, no, it's fine, but I thought you said let us record your not voting against on the item, yourself and the FF Plus. That's why I didn't call for those who are against, because you said it must be recorded that you are voting against.
Thanks, Speaker. The DA did not ask for the dissenting vote to be recorded because on financial items those votes need to be counted and minuted.
All right then. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Let's exercise that. Okay. Yes, Chief Whip of the.
Speaker, yeah, just officially, I know that Councillor Mark Surgeon made it clear, but I just want to say it as the Chief Whip, that the VF Plus would like you to take our dissenting vote, register our dissenting vote as well. Thank you.
Okay, so that means you are recording your. All right, thank you so much. Okay, let's allow then those who are against it. Please lower your hands. Those who abstain. If you abstain, please. Aba abstain nayo. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can lower your hands now. Those who are against, 77. Those who are for, 115. And those who abstain, there are only 2. So in other words, the 115 has it. Let me ask again, as recommended. Yes. Let's move to item 3, reference number 18765/1, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for June 2025, 25 financial year. This report is on page 76 to page 78. The recommendations are on 78. On this item, I don't have a speaker as recommended. Item 4, reference number 08169/1, Group Financial Services Department Supply Chain Management Division report for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 79 to 82. Recommendations are on 82. And on this item, I've got Councillor Khadi from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Oh, wait, before you speak. Hey. All right, thank you very much. Councillor Masemula from the ANC. Being read when your page, my apologies. Councillor Masemula, your 3 minutes starts now. Pardon me? Yeah, it's item 4. Mabusela. Hey, yazi bandika wazi ufunda senifaka izbags. Councillor Mabusela, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, Chief Whip. Speaker, I wave.
Thank you so much. Now let me call Councillor A. Jacobs, FF+. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Although this report fulfills all the tick boxes of procedural compliancy, we wish to raise just 4 concerning aspects pertaining to this report. 1, the report does not include a breakdown or description of the actual deviations, what goods or services were procured, from whom, and why the deviation was necessary. Secondly, while the total deviation amount is stated in the report, there is no analysis of its impact on the budget or comparison with previous quarters. Thirdly, stakeholder comments are brief and lack depth, especially from the MMC and finance departments, which could have added more insight to this report. Fourthly, the report does not address potential risks associated with deviations, such as supplier reliability, cost effectiveness, or audit implications. So there's no risk assessment. In conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus takes cognizance of this report and requests that our concerns which were raised be placed on record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Oh, okay, just hold on. Chief Whip of the Opposition, then the Leader of the Executive.
Speaker, I just see the speakers list in front of me, and I noticed that there was a request from our side for Dikoledi Salowa to speak on item 4, and it's not on the speakers list. If you can maybe accommodate her on there. I'll do that now.
If I may ask, why was it not submitted to the Chief Whip?
I am not sure, Speaker, and I'm asking you for grace for this meeting, please.
We've got. Thank you. Thank you. We've got a responsibility of making sure that the people that needs to speak here are on the list. Then it cannot be then entertaining people who are not in the list. I'm going to allow this for the last time. It will never happen again. Councillor Slow.
Speaker, it's on item 5.
You are on item 5?
No, with the next item, not item 4.
Or item 5?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, noted.
Thank you.
And leader of the executive? You are okay? Thank you so much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move on. Item 5, reference number 85160/1, Group Financial Services Department irregular expenditure for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 83 to 92. Recommendations are on 91. May I have Councillor Buikanyo from the ANC? Your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor Buikanyo, which mic are you speaking from? Councillor Rachel, okay, go ahead. Press akubeka iwani mhlekazi. Press uyeke. Thank you. That's all ungathetha.
Ndiyabulela, Speaker. Yeah, we get to learn every day, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. After thorough review and analysis of the financial report submitted to us, Speaker, it has come to our attention that there was an amount classified as an irregular expenditure which was approved for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year, amounting to 336 million from various departments within the city. While it is our duty to ensure prudent financial management, we also recognize the importance of transparency and due processes, Speaker. This is to assist in monitoring for the purpose of reporting and to provide managers, decision makers, and other stakeholders with regular feedback on the progress made so that corrective measures may be put in place where necessary and in terms of auditing procedures. Let us remind you, Speaker, that our primary role is to serve the best interest of our communities by ensuring responsible stewardship of public resources. It is important and imperative that we focus on strengthening our internal auditing processes while striving towards an Operation Clean Audit. As such, in accordance with our financial oversight responsibilities and given the nature and potential implications of this irregularity, Speaker, the ANC recommends that this report be referred to MPEG as per Section 32, subsection 2 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act for a comprehensive investigation, as well as to notify the MEC and the AGSA for the irregular expenditure and action to be taken as required in Section 32, subsection 4 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act by the accounting officer, Speaker. Speaker, our MPEG, through our progressive chair, Ole Fighter, the MPEG has the expertise and authority to investigate these irregularities thoroughly, determine steps which should be taken to recover and rectify such expenditure, and that recurrence measures are taken to prevent the city from finding itself in a similar irregular expenditure ordeal, Speaker. Yeah, and yeah, no, they are showing me time, my brother. I'm not like you. I'm not guarded by JKAs. So yeah, we refer this report, Speaker, to MPEG. And this is recommended by myself, Speaker, and it's seconded by Councillor P. Malopi. Makaling.
In accordance with finance oversight responsibilities and given to the nature and potential implication on these irregularities, the ANC recommends that the report be referred to MPEG as per Section 32(2) of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act for the comprehensive investigation, as well as to notify the MEC, Executive Council for the Local Government, and AXA of the irregular expenditure and action to be taken as required in Section 32(4) of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act by Accounting Officer, recommended by Councillor T. Buikanyo, seconded by Councillor P. Malope, as amended. All right. Then we still have Councillor Buloisane, EFF. Buloisane, EFF, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana and Chief Matlangu and their respective entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. We are presented today with a report on irregular expenditure for the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. The figures before us is a staggering 336 million in irregular expenditure in just 3 months. This is not a routine compliance exercise under Section 32 of the MFMA Act. This is a crisis of governance and accountability in the city of Tshwane. Let us be clear, every rent lost through irregular expenditure is a rent stolen from our people. It is money that should have gone to repairing township roads, fixing sewer systems, building clinics, expanding electricity connections, and securing water infrastructure. Instead, it has been diverted into contracts extended without due processes, inflated costs, and ex post facto payments that have become the norm instead of the exception. The report lists tenders for legal services, sewer replacement, BRT infrastructure, land demolition, and physical security, all running into millions of rents. There are not technical oversights. These are systematic failures in supply chain management that open the door to corruption and deliberate manipulation. Speaker, this council cannot reduce accountability to paperwork. The MFMA is clear. Irregular expenditure is not just an administrative issue. It can be criminal. It is time we stop treating this report as noted and filed and begin to enforce real consequences. Therefore, Speaker, this report must be referred to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPEC, to investigate the irregular expenditure, identify those responsible, and make recommendations to this council for determination as required by Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA. The accounting officer must, in line with Section 32, subsection 4, formally inform the MEC for local government and the Auditor General of this irregular expenditure and the corrective actions to be taken. This council must demand timelines, accountability, and quarterly progress reports on recovery and disciplinary processes so that residents can see that their money is being protected. Speaker, the people of Tshwane did not elect us to preside.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I will now call Councillor J. Matabate from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, members of the Executive, fellow councillors, and most importantly, Baagi ba Tshwane, dumelang bakgarona. Today we are not merely tabling a report, we are confronting a damning verdict on the state of financial governance in our municipality. The irregular expenditure flagged in the Group Financial Services Department for the fourth quarter of the 24-25 financial year is not just a technicality. It is a red flag, a signal of systemic failure and betrayal of the public trust. Should Action SA support this report, not only should we support it, we must support it. Our support is non-negotiable. Why? Because this is rooted in our uncompromising values of transparency, ethical leadership, accountability, and sound financial management. Supporting this report is not about politics. It is about a principle. It is about standing up and saying no more. For too long, financial mismanagement has thrived behind a veil of bureaucracy and silence. This report rips away that veil. And by endorsing it, Action SA sends a clear message. We will not shield the corrupt. We will not excuse the incompetent. We will not allow public money to be treated as personal wealth. Why Action SA supports this report? This report complies fully with Section 32 of the Municipality Finance Management Act. To reject it would be to undermine the rule of law, which we are champions of. Supporting it affirms our role as custodians of responsible governance. This is not just an expose, it is a call to action. It demands full investigations, consequence management, and the recovery of every stolen and misused cent. The residents of Tshwane deserve nothing less than a leadership that pursues accountability with agency and integrity. By supporting this report, we are laying down the law, literally and figuratively. Financial misconduct is not just a policy breach, it is a betrayal of the public trust, and we will treat it as such. Consequence management must be swift and they must be real. Speaker, let us be clear. This is no longer about internal processes. This is about our credibility as a government. It is about the confidence on our people. We cannot fix a city while turning a blind eye to the rot within our own administration. This report is about more than numbers. It is about justice. It is about rooting out corrupt, reforming broken systems, restoring dignity to public office. Action SA stands with the people, not with the looters or the enablers of corruption. In conclusion, Action SA supports the approval of this report unequivocally. It is not only a necessary document, it is a turning point. It represents an opportunity to clean house, to course correct, and to draw a bolt in the sand. No more corruption, no more excuses, no more business as usual. We are not here to protect systems of abuse. We are here to dismantle them for the benefit of every resident of Tshwane and for the future accountability of governance in the city. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I will now call Alderwoman Slow.
Thank you, Speaker. This administration is plagued with deviations and irregular expenditure due to their inability to govern adequately, plan ahead of time. Their inability to plan adequately is a natural disaster in the making. They run in the streets and fail to manage their departments, leading to over 300 million rand in irregular expenditure. In roads and transport, just last month, we questioned compensation for Line 3, BRT from Atteridgeville to the CBD. Today, a report is brought forward on the extension of contract for professional services, yet the department wanted to start compensation for the taxi industry. There is clearly mismanagement in BRT projects and the IRPTI division in roads and transport. With a lack of project management, this department runs by extensions. Then there is a new Pretoria show led by the executive of TMPD. The unfortunate reality is that TMPD failed to have a tender in place for security that does monitoring, demolishing of illegal buildings, and this is the land invasion tender. They had 6 months prior to have a tender in place, but instead it resulted in deviating from supply chain processes. Another example of poor planning, failure to have a new tender in place, poor management, while bylaws cannot be enforced in wards, as ward councillors are now struggling because the executive is on a roadshow to achieve influencer status. In group legal, there was an extension of the panel on a month-to-month basis, not exceeding 12 months. If there were irregularities and non-compliance of legislative requirements, how is it that this tender keeps being re-advertised? Clearly, officials do not know what they are doing, clearly demonstrating that either the specifications was done incorrectly to make leeway for legal firms and not ignoring the fact that group legal has had many issues when it comes to the associations between legal firms and officials. This report reflects poor procurement planning, poor implementation of projects that lead to extensions. There are no proactive measures in supply chain management and no consequence management for officials in departments that fail to plan adequately. This continues to be an AG finding on the management of contracts within the city. Clearly, we cannot leave this administration to its own devices, and we as the DA will continue to monitor them and hold them accountable, and these are the matters that should be reported by the city manager to the MEC of COGTA as per legislation, as some of these deviations and irregular expenditures were omitted in previous reports that needed to serve in this council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The amendment on this report has already been done. Now we are moving to another item. MMC?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask Alderman Councillor Dikelid, where's our blue light? Because the blue lights that we are currently having, they are very old. They just took a blue light, they're in Attridgeville, but he's telling us about irregularities. That is part of the irregularities that we are facing. So maybe if she can just give us a report of what happened to that blue light, because we are stuck here with BMWs that are old. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's move to the next item. Thank you. Councillors, thank you. Reference number 08648/151 Group Audit and Risk Department Policy for Forensic Investigation. This report is on page 93 to page 115. Recommendations are on page 96. On this item, I've got Councillor Khati from the ANC and followed by Alderman P. Settin from DA. Then I'll call the other speakers after. Councillor Khati.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Madonsela on behalf of Councillor Katle. The group audit and risk mandate is to ensure a fair, efficient, effective, and transparent investigations on allegations of misconduct, complaints against the staff. Thus, the development of the policy is to give effect of Section 67, Sub 1 of the MSA, namely the Forensic Investigation Policy of the city under the Chief Audit Executive Division and the Ethics Management and Forensic Services. Speaker, it's imperative to note that this new policy by the department has been driven by the city's audit charter and seeks to define the circumstances under which forensic investigation can be conducted within the city, as well as the responsibilities and the obligations attached to the forensic investigation within the municipal regulations on financial misconduct and criminal proceedings. The policy is informed and guided by relevant statutes and regulations, compliance and requirements. Moreover, Speaker, the policy will provide governing rules on which the head of forensic must establish standard operation procedures in support of the policy to be utmost beneficiary to the use of the department and will be reviewed every 5 years in relation to legislative or operational changes occurring. Regarding all that has been said, Speaker, the ANC supports the approval of the forensic investigation policy as compliant with the all stipulated regulations and the city manager to ensure consequence management for deliberate non-compliance of the policy. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Alderman Settin. Press once, please.
Am I audible? Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you. This forensic investigation policy is a very critical document for the city. So we have legislation, we have Section 32, and we have circulars, and we have different aspects and legislation that governs this. But this is one of the critical parts that local government need to deal with. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure is parts that have been identified by the President himself and the Auditor General, National Treasury, as aspects that are crippling local government. And therefore, it's very clear in legislation that where people have committed irregular expenditure or any of the others, even if value was created, council must recover from the individuals responsible for that expenditure. So that's clear, that's very clear. But this policy framework is here for the officials. This is what guides. This is where we make policies that guides the administration. And we do believe that this is a good policy, but there are critical parts that we think we should put in addition to ensure that there's no scope to get around the fact of the legislation and what the legislation requires. And Speaker, in terms of that, I would like to sponsor 2 additional recommendations. This report does stipulate that when this report comes to Council, Council can sponsor additional recommendation into this policy. And I do believe that these 2 additions will strengthen the hand of impact to make sure that where the legislation is not followed in the reports that comes to impact, there is appropriate action that can be taken in terms of the policy. And it's always important that when action is taken, should it be disciplinary or other, there should be proper policies that govern that process. Otherwise, success in that matter will be very limited. So, Speaker, for that purpose, I want to sponsor the following 2 additional recommendations into this policy. The first one, that the default approach must always be to use internal resources. We did hear from the previous speaker as well about the panels. And for this reason, that the default approach must always be to use internal resources and legal counsel before using external resources. When using external resources, the reason for this must be motivated in the report. And this is purely to make sure that we utilize our internal resources and also bring a cost-saving approach into the process to avoid unnecessary use of panels and external service providers. All forensic reports must conclude with a clear and decisive action in the recommendations that comply with MFMA Section 32 and the national circulars. And that is, Chair, to make sure that we do not have reports that come to impact, that do not clearly highlight the fact who must be recovered from that incurred, and as I pointed out, even if value was created, and that we sit in situations where reports referred back without appropriate action that can be taken against officials responsible for drafting that substandard report. So thank you, Speaker. And it's proposed by myself, Alderman Peter Sutton, and seconded by Alderman Dana van der Berg. Thank you.
A proposal of additional recommendations. The default approach must always be used internal resources and legal counsel before using external resources. When using external resources, the reasons for this must be motivated in the report. 2, all forensic reports must conclude with clear and decisive action in the recommendation to comply with MFMA Section 32 and National Treasurer Circular 68. This is proposed by Alderman P. Sutton and seconded by Alderman Van der Berg. As amended, the leader of the executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. We received those additional recommendations from the whip of the opposition when we were at programming, and I engaged her. I tried to explain that there are demarcation on roles. That's number one. Number two, MFMA, which is cited in the recommendation, it's sufficient to cover what is supposed to be done. If there's a suspicion, remember what the MFMA says, is that if there's a suspicion or any activity of wrongdoing, you can do the following things. Therefore, that section of MFMA is sufficient. Then the Circular 68 that comes from National Treasury, it adds on the value chain of how you then deal with these processes until you come back to council. Now, the mistake that we should not commit is to participate in the investigation. That's overreach from council. Because there's a role, you must then give investigators their role to investigate. After investigating, they must take that report, because they're investigating on behalf of MPEC. They're not investigating on behalf of council. When they arrive at MPEC, MPEC must then say, we are receiving these things in terms of MFMA. Therefore, investigators can't make recommendations that are in conflict with MFMA, because if you are saying, if Section 32 says you must recover, write off and other things, you can't be innovative and bring something that is not in MFMA. But also, MPEC is not a conveyor belt. It must receive debate and say, we've satisfied ourselves. If we're not happy, we're referring it back. That exercise, it takes place in the presence of the accounting officer and all political parties in council. Therefore, there's sufficient time and opportunity for us to engage in an open, transparent process. Therefore, you can't say the first engagement must be using internal resources. Who are internal resources? You have somebody who's implicated in legal services department. You are saying a lawyer from legal department must then investigate this process. There's no impartiality in that process. Therefore, allow group audit risk to do its work as appointed in terms of MFMA. And they must perform their task. Once they've performed their task, they must refer that report to somebody who must then adjudicate and bring that report back to us. Therefore, everything is covered in the report and the policy. Therefore, there's no need for additional suspicions, because already you are treating people with suspicions. There's going to be overspending. There's going to be...
Can you hold on, leader of the executive? What are you standing on?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm just responding to Councillor Maluleka since he started a debate here on the recommendations. He's giving a long, convoluted discussion here.
Sorry, Chief Whip. He's still speaking, responding on the recommendations. Then I'm going to give you time to speak. Thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. Then the writers of the report, in page 1 of the report, they explain a number of laws and institutions that are involved in the investigation. There was not only council. If city manager believes that there should be criminal charges that should be opened, he can open the charges. There are other institutions that are mentioned here in terms of what should happen in terms of the investigation. The policy covers what the DA wants to propose. Why then do you treat people with suspicion that no, there's going to be overspending, or the external people are going to change recommendations or any other thing? Therefore, it can't work like that. It can't be, Speaker. Let's allow the demarcations of roles and powers and functions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Chief Whip of the Opposition, you can speak.
Thanks, Speaker. MMC Maluleka can speak a lot with not saying anything. The concept here remains. There's a policy in front of us that is written, and officials is going to hide behind it to get away from implementing the MFMA as it stands. That's point number one. Point number two is we very clearly are aware that when we try and make things go away in investigations, then we use our friends in the form of external investigators. And that is why the DA is proposing internal people first.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Whip. What is the point of order, Alderman?
I'm not finished yet.
There's, okay. I gave you time to speak. You are not on a point of order where I cannot allow another one. So you are speaking in response of the motion. So there is a point of order. Then I have to stop you and allow the point of order. Thank you. Point of order. She is not standing on a point of order. No, she is not standing on a point of order. She was explaining the recommendations. So she's not on a point of order. She was responding. Leader of the Executive, the point of order.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Your problem is not necessarily to listen to other people. Your issue is to think that you can say anything. And anything that comes out of your mouth is smart. Speaker, the point of order is... I wanted to say something, but I will regret it. Because there's a defense lawyer that is sitting at the left. I nearly said something that I was going to... My parents were going to beat me until I die. But let me avoid it. Because she insulted me, but it's fine. I'll take back what I wanted to say. Speaker, you can't, when you want to appoint a judiciary, and say that judiciary won't be fair. The fairness will come out of the product. Why already are you putting the cart?
Chief Whip, there is a point of order. Can you please be quiet? Allow the point. I'm going to give you back. You are still on the podium. Allow the point of order to be presented. Thank you.
Shut up. Oh, JD, are you saying shut up?
Go ahead, Leader of the Executive.
Okay, no, it's fine. You're inviting me. I'm very ready for those things. You can't put a cart before the ox. Allow the investigation to come, whether the report is credible or not credible. The adjudication will be recipients of that report. They've been doing that. They've been in government. They've been running these things. What happened to the Royal investigation? Did we complain about investigations? Did we worry about it? Why? Because of you are not in government today, you want to accuse us. The point allow external investigation for impartiality. Don't treat them with disdain, even before they start their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. After more speaking, the third point that the DA continues to stand on is that impact reports are not pulling to a conclusion, investigations aren't coming to a conclusion because investigators are not required to do so. The DA's recommendations will force investigators to bring a conclusion to impact reports. We are submitting those recommendations. We will not be withdrawing them, and we ask you to put it to the vote, please.
Thank you very much. So, in other words, we must... Okay. The two leaders cannot discuss these recommendations. They prefer us we go for voting before we can go with the recommendations. As I've read the recommendations, what I will do now, let's go for vote on this recommendation. Yes, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Mhlekazi Umuhle. I wanted to just suggest, because it seems that the list of speakers have not yet been exhausted. Can't we deal with the speeches and then we can deal with the recommendations at the later stage? That's just because sometimes you normally deal with it like that.
Thank you, Chair. I used to do that, and I was warned that I'm not following the procedures. Once the recommendation comes, I must read it, and I must amend or recommend. So then after that, we continue with the speakers. So now let's go for the vote on these recommendations. And there's a recommendation that is raised by the additions that are raised by Alderman Peter Sutton from the DA. Those who are for the recommendations, please raise your hands. Please lower your hands. Those who are against, you may lower your hands. Those who abstain, one. Thank you very much. Those who are for the recommendations are 80. Those who are against, 104. Abstain, 1. Okay. Thank you very much. As recommended. All right, I'll call Councillor Sianego from the EFF.
Honorable Speaker, the Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. Today we gather to consider a crucial policy that will shape our approach to forensic investigations within our municipality. The proposed forensic investigation policy, as outlined in this report, is a significant step towards ensuring transparency, accountability, and good governance. This policy is designed to give effort to a part of Section 67 of the Municipal System Act, which requires us to develop systems and procedures for fair and transparent investigations for allegations of misconduct, complaints against staff. The policy clearly defines the circumstances under which forensic investigations can be conducted, as well as the responsibilities and obligations attached to these investigations. It applies to all City of Tshwane officials, entities, and contracted employees, ensuring that everyone is held to the same standards. Key aspects of this policy include reporting irregular expenditure and criminal offences to the SAPS for investigations, investigating allegations of financial misconduct against senior officials and municipal entities, ensuring that forensic investigators are properly authorized and identified. I am pleased to note that this policy has been thoroughly developed in compliance with relevant statutes and regulations and has received support from all affected departments. The EFF recommends that Council approves the forensic investigation policy as outlined in the report. By doing so, we will be taking a significant step towards promoting transparency, accountability, and good governance within our municipality. Let us work together to ensure that our city is governed with integrity and that we maintain the trust of our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Munama. Your 3 minutes, that's now.
Greetings, Speaker, members of the executive, members of the council, all protocol observed. This proposed policy on forensic investigation is a decisive step towards strengthening governance in Tshwane. It sets a clear procedure to detect, investigate, and resolve fraud, corruption, and maladministration in a professional, ethical, and consistent manner. The Municipal Finance Management Act is clear. Section 165 requires internal audit to evaluate risk management and governance processes. And Section 32 mandates accountability for unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act obliges officials to report suspected corruption. This policy is therefore a legal necessity to protect public funds and ensure every cent is spent in the interest of our residents. Speaker, Section 15 of the Constitution set out a core principle for public administration. It must be efficient, accountable, transparent, and responsive. This policy operationalizes these principles, ensure investigations are fair, impartial, and free from interference, while protecting the integrity of investigators. Honorable Speaker, this proposed policy aligns directly with Action SA core principles. We say corruption is public enemy number one, and those guilty must face consequences. Fighting corruption requires a wide effort from all councillors, officials, communities. This policy is the instrument to enforce accountability and rebuild public trust. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, adopting this policy sends a clear message that Tshwane will not tolerate corruption or maladministration. We urge this administration to commit to accountability, transparency, and ethical governance, prioritizing investigation while engaging with experts only when it's necessary. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll now call Councillor Annie Marie. Marie, EFF, FF plus, please. Hey, President EFF. My apologies. Okay, Councillor Marie.
Rather try VF plus. Mr. Speaker, Executive Mayor, Mayoral Committee members, colleagues and people in the gallery, this issue about our forensic investigation process is central to accountability and good governance in our city. Die ouditeur-generaal het herhaaldelik gewaarsku teen die bestuursleemte terwyl die stad steeds versuim om aan die MA en die MSA vereistes vir die voorkoming van bedrog en wanadministrasie te voldoen. Oor die jare het die afwesigheid van 'n beleid ondersoeke laat stagneer, skuldiges laat ontglip en openbare vertroue is ernstig geskaad. Hierdie beleid vorm die grondslag vir 'n regmatige en doeltreffende en geloofwaardige optrede teen korrupsie en moet sonder versuim so gou as moontlik geïmplementeer word. Too often we see investigations drag on, files that go missing and outcomes that are never completed. This undermines the public trust, and I present to you a few key improvements. First, we need to improve our mandate and scope. Everyone must know when a forensic investigation is triggered, and we must distinguish between quick assessments and full investigations. Second, sensitive matters cannot be handled by the same officials repeatedly. Third, case tracking must be strengthened. Every case should carry a unique reference number and be monitored through a digital system from intake to closure with built-in resolution tracking. SAP should have such capabilities. Fourth, evidence handling must be beyond reproach. Standardized chain of custody, Popeye compliance, and proper training of forensic officers are not negotiable. The installation of security cameras at sensitive sites is required to ensure proper monitoring and to safeguard the integrity of all evidence. We must also set time frames, preliminary findings within 30 days and final report within 90 days. Any delays must automatically escalate. Reporting and accountability. Interim reports must be mandatory, and management must respond to recommendations within 14 days. Investigators cannot suspend staff, but they must also recommend urgent action when risks are high. Oversight and transparency. Quarterly reports should go to the Group Audit and Risk Committee, and anonymized summaries should be shared publicly. Capacity building, training and in digital forensics and procurement fraud is essential, and partnerships with SAPS and the Special Investigative Unit will strengthen complex cases. And finally, whistleblower protection. Secure anonymous channels must be available, and whistleblowers must be safeguarded.
Thank you very much. The recommendations were already done, and now we are adjourning for lunch, and it's 1:15. Then we'll be back. Yes, what are you raising on, Chief Whip? Chief Whip?
Thanks, Speaker. The DA needs a hour-long caucus to discuss some of the reports. If we can ask if it can be prior to lunch and then lunch thereafter, please. Or you can come back and go for caucus then.
What we can do, Chief Whip, is that we are taking lunch, right? We can add this hour of caucus
Happy.
on a lunch.
Thank you. We have an hour.
No. Yes. No, Andikani Kulul, I haven't released you. Councillor Ramabur.
No, Speaker, I think there's an understanding today. If you can see how we are moving very fast, and we are left with only 7 reports. I don't know if members are pursued that we push a bit, because. Oh no. No problem. I was assisting you.
Thank you very much, councillors.
There's a second on that side.
What? Thank you. What we can do? Okay, can I have your attention? We are going for lunch, and we come back. Then you can ask for your caucus. Yeah. Wait, councillors. Now it's 1:15. Okay. Or one person at a time. You can't speak, all of you. Chief Whip, your hand is up. Noted, leader of the executive. Kaugashe, man. Kaugashe.
No, Speaker, we are asking you, and maybe liaise with the Chief Whip of the opposition. We go for a lunch or add maybe 30 minutes or the hour that the Chief Whip she have asked. You see, I think it's very much important. Yes. No. There's nothing wrong there, Mahale. Yeah. We take our 1 hour, and also you'll take your 1 hour caucus. Yes. We are back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Leader of the executive. Councillors, allow me to give you the time for lunch. Someone the leader, just wait for me. The time is 1:20, then 2:20, it's an hour, then we come back at 2:50 or 2:45 the latest. Thank you very much. Kanti anifuna ukuya lunchini? Okay, we are coming back at 3:00 then. Can we ring the bells, please? Good afternoon, councillors. Please take your seats so that we proceed with our meeting. We do form a quorum. We are at 121, so it means we can continue with our meeting. Councillors, please settle down. We are moving to item 7. Leader of the executive. Before we can move with our next item, may I then request the feedback of the caucus from the Chief Whip of the Opposition. Councillors, take your seats.
Thank you, Speaker. There was a couple of items that the DA could not caucus on prior to this meeting, like the light-loaded items and the confidential reports. We've caucused on them and we've got a position to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then move with our next item, which is item 7, reference number 71816/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department approval of 2026-2027 Integrated Development Plan and the 2026-2028 Medium-Term Revenue Expenditure Framework Process Plan. This report is on page 116 to 132. Recommendations are on 132. I've got Councillor Baloi from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Yes.
Thank you.
Who's speaking?
Councillor Baloi.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Municipal Integrated Development Plan and Medium-Term Revenue and Expenditure Framework is being approved as part of an annual cycle by Council, which involves extensive internal planning and community consultation to ensure the IDP aligns with the Municipal Financial Act and the Municipal System Act to be reflected in the city's budget and performance management system. The city's plan for 2026-27 IDP and 2026-28 MTRF involves a schedule of key deadlines for its review, preparation and tabling, along with internal baselines analysis by departments to support strategic evidence-informed budget process. Speaker, the IDP serves as a blueprint, a strategic roadmap that guides the development priorities, service delivery objectives, and investment over the next year. Equally, vital is the MTRF process plan, which sets the framework for the city's financial planning, ensuring that our revenue projections and expenditure plans are realistic, sustainable, and are aligned with the development objectives. The development of both plans reflects a comprehensive participatory process engaging stakeholders, community members, and expert input to shape a vision that is both ambitious and achievable. It demonstrates our commitments to good governance, fiscal discipline, and responsive service delivery. As such, Section 34 of the MSA necessitates an annual review of the adopted IDP based on performance assessments and changing circumstances. Having reviewed the plans thoroughly, we acknowledge that they are well structured, aligned with our strategic priorities, and rooted in sound planning principles. They provide a solid foundation upon which we can build a resilient, inclusive, and progressive municipality. Speaker, the ANC therefore supports the recommendation that the Council approve the 2026-27 Integrated Development Plan Review and Budget Preparation Process Plan, ensuring compliance with the Municipal System Act and Municipal Financial Management Act, and that the approved plan be submitted to the Gauteng MEC of the local government, national and provincial treasuries. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor Khabuyesile from the DA.
I stand before you today hoping that we can put our pride aside as we serve the citizens of Tshwane. We have in front of us a report seeking the approval of Council of the process plan for our 2026-2027 IDP and 2026-2028 medium-term budget. The people of Tshwane deserve a government that plans carefully, spends their money wisely, and listens to their voices. This process plan before us is first a critical step in delivering on the promises. It sets the roadmap for how we develop the city's most important guiding documents, our strategy on implementation of service delivery, and our budget. We acknowledge the work that has gone into this plan. However, a plan is only as good as its execution and its ability to withstand the harsh realities we face. Our role in this council is not merely to rubber stamp a process, but to ensure it is robust, credible, and truly serves our residents. Therefore, this report needs to address several key concerns. Firstly, on fiscal reality. We know the state of our finances. The recent struggle to secure an overdraft facility is a stark reminder. The MTRF process cannot be business as usual. It must be an exercise in austerity, discipline, innovation, and making difficult but necessary choices. We must ensure this process actively guards against unfunded mandates and political promises that create future fiscal risk for our city. Secondly, the phase for public comment may become another activity to check off the list. We must move from ceremonial consultation to genuine engagement, and the plan is currently vague on how we will engage our residents, what platforms we will use, will we hold town halls in every region, how will we ensure that the input from our citizens is not just collected, but is visibly and meaningfully incorporated into the final document. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, can I call Councillor Nutununu from the EFF? Your 3 minutes, that's now said.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Chief and his entourage, colleagues, councillors, and our distinguished guests. Before us today is a report seeking approval for the 2026-2027 Integrated Development Plan Review and the 2026 up to 2028 Medium-Term Review, Revenue and Expenditure Framework Process Plan, as required by the Municipal Systems Act and the Municipal Financial Management Act. This report sets the foundation for how the city will plan, budget, and spend in the incoming years. If done properly, it ensures that the priorities of our people like jobs, housing, basic services, infrastructure, safety, and community development will be translated into achievable programs. Speaker, we welcome the following focus areas for 2026-2027 cycle. Focus number 1, strengthening public participation and stakeholder engagement. For too long, IDP consultations have been reduced into poorly advertised meetings with limited attendance. We need real grassroots participation where communities, townships, informal settlements, and rural areas shape their development priorities, not just business and elite small groups. Focus area number 2, confirmation and implementation of development priorities of the new administration. But let us be clear, Speaker, these priorities must not be selective projects for politicians, but they must reflect the real needs of residents as captured in the IDP. Improved functionality of legislated structures, oversight committees, ward committees, and public participation forums cannot be rubber stamps. They must be empowered to hold the officials accountable for delivery of services as planned. Speaker, we must also raise a few critical concerns. Timelines are often ignored in previous years. Deadlines in the IDP MTRF processes are routinely missed. This council must insist on strict compliance with the time schedules outlined in the report. As EFF, we must demand mechanisms for accountability that ensures the voices of the voiceless and make sure that the communities are kept.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's move to Councillor Jacobs from FF Plus. 3 minutes now.
Thank you, Speaker. While the Freedom Front Plus supports the strategic intent and legislative compliance of the IDP report, We must, however, raise 6 concerns that we believe are critical to ensuring meaningful development and inclusive governance. Firstly, public participation programs are often held at venues which are not easily accessible to all residents. We urge the city to take these programs to the people by using more accessible venues. For example, the Broncos Sports Center is used to host the public participation programs. What about Sitobeni Community Hall or the stadium? What about using Retabesing Community Hall or the soccer grounds? What about using Ekangala Section C Hall or soccer grounds? Why not use venues for meetings closer to the people rather than expect people to travel out of the safety of their respective communities to attend public participation meetings elsewhere and at night? Secondly, the process plan in the report is extensive and demands significant coordination and resources. Without adequate support, departments may struggle to meet expectations and potentially compromise service delivery. Thirdly, despite the structured phases, there's a real risk that delays due to scope changes or stakeholder feedback could impact legislative compliance and the quality of the final IDP and budget. Fourthly, the report acknowledges financial implications but fails to provide detailed cost estimates or funding strategies for proposed projects. The lack of transparency could hinder feasibility and accountability. Fifthly, the technical nature of the report may alienate ordinary citizens, limiting their ability to engage meaningfully in the process. 6, several departmental comments lack depth and specifics. This undermines opportunity for robust internal critique and improvement. In conclusion, the Freedom Fund Plus supports progress and development in Tshwane. We accept the report in principle, but insist that our concerns be formally noted and addressed. We remain committed to ensuring that governance is brought closer to the people and that every resident has a voice in shaping the future of our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now call Councillor Debbie Williams-Moses, PA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much for all of the comments that was noted on this IDP report. Please note that I have noted it down, and some of the improvements that we need to make in terms of the comments that was supplied will be reviewed. So I just quickly want to just touch on a few points here. The points of interest. The Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003, MFMA, Section 21 of the MFMA stipulates that the mayor of the municipality must coordinate the process for preparing the annual budget and for reviewing the municipality's integrated development plan and budget-related policies to ensure that the tabled budget and any revisions of the IDP and budget-related policies are mutually consistent and credible. B, at least 10 months before the start of the budget year, table in the municipal council a time schedule outlining key deadlines. C, preparation, tabling and approval of the annual budget, and then the annual review of the IDP. So just some of the recommendations that was noted here on our side is that the WIPRI must ensure that the council is in line with Section 34 of the the Municipal Systems Act, which clearly states as follows: a municipal council must review its IDP plan and then also ensure annually, in accordance with the assessments of its performance measurements, to the extent that the changing circumstances so demand. So with that being said, all of the comments noted, and we will ensure that we make sure that we are ready for the next IDP drive. as we are on a campaign to ensure that we educate our communities in all of our regions, in all of our wards. So when we do get to the IDP public participations next round, that we don't go there and go and service or listen to service delivery issues and not IDP submissions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. Let's move to item 8, reference number 89408/1. Group Property Department feedback report proposed notarial lease of ERF 1932, Zwartkoop extension 16, and adjoining road reserve for business purposes. This report is on page 133 to page 177. Recommendations are on page 177. On this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC. Press it once, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The feedback report before us is comprehensive. It thoroughly examines several crucial aspects such as environmental impact, zoning and land use compliance, community interest, economic benefits, and legal considerations. Speaker, our environmental policies emphasize sustainable development, and this proposal conforms to those standards, ensuring that planned economic activities will not compromise our ecological responsibility. The feedback, Speaker, highlights positive community perceptions, noting that local residents are in favor of economic development opportunities that creates jobs and improve services. It also offers an opportunity, Speaker, for local businesses to expand, fostering a vibrant economic ecosystem. Speaker, approval of the lease can stimulate local employment, attract new investment, and generate additional revenue streams for the municipality through rental income and associated taxes. Furthermore, Speaker, as we reflect on all these aspects, it is clear that proposal presents a mutually beneficial opportunity. It embodies responsible land use planning, aligns with our strategic development objectives, and embodies the spirit of public-private partnership. Approving this list, Speaker, will contribute to creating a vibrant commercial hub that offers employment, economic activity, and convenience to our residents. In making this decision, Speaker, the ANC wants to emphasize that the importance of strict oversight and compliance with the planned conditions. Having said all that, Speaker, the ANC fully endorses the approval of the proposed notarial list subject to the conditions outlined to ensure compliance and success. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Alderman P. Sutton.
Thank you, Speaker. The city of Tshwane contributes roughly 30% of the GDP of Gauteng. And the city of Tshwane, specifically of that 30%, contributes between 15 or 25 to 28%, and nationally 9% of GDP in South Africa. And this is quite astonishing if we think that we have the Centurion CBD that is very underutilized in its economic value and the contribution it can bring to the GDP contribution that it can make. Now, I've often said, being the ward councillor in this specific area and in the Centurion CBD, that where you have decay, as we have in specifically the Centurion CBD, you fight your way out of it. You don't defend your way out of it, you fight your way out of it. And the way you fight your way out is through development and renewal. In June, we approved another portion of land, 32, which is basically next to the African Gateway Precinct development. And this specific notarial lease, F1932, is roughly about 800 meters away from where the African Gateway Precinct development will be. And this is good news for South Africa, and it's good news for the residents of Centurion as well. This is a mixed commercial stand. The original size of our land was 3 hectares, but there's a road reserve, a provincial road reserve that runs through that area. And through very hard work, and I've been advocating this matter for 6 years now, we've managed to get an agreement with the Gauteng provincial government where an additional 3 hectares has been included in this land, taking the developed area up to 6 hectares. And I must say appreciation to the officials who worked very hard as well to make sure that we get this through. Now, Speaker, this development will bring major contributions to economic growth and job creation, as my colleague on the other side have also alluded to. But this is just one milestone that we have reached 6 years later. And the focus must now be to get investors to put pen to paper and to sign an agreement to take up this lease and to start development. The good news is, as a part of this notarial lease, people will have 3 years from signing to completion before revenue streams will start coming into the city. But, Speaker, the DA has always advocated that the economic transformation we need in South Africa will come from the private sector, and we will continue to support and do what we can to create the environment so that they can do what they do best, and that is to create jobs and to grow the economy.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Now I'll call Councillor Rasheshwe from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greeting, Honorable Speaker, the Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. Before us is a public participation feedback report on the proposed notarial lease of ERF 1932 Zwarskop Extension 16 and the adjoining of the road reserve measuring over 30,000 square meters for business purpose and vertical mixed use development. We welcome the report which demonstrates that public participation was conducted in Region 4 between the 16th and 19th November 2022 and that no objection or adverse comments were recorded. This demonstrates transparency, openness, and accountability in line with the principle of democratic governance. Speaker, while the city has confirmed that this land is not required for the provision of basic municipal service, we must emphasize that any disposal or long-term lease of public land must be guided by 2 critical principles. The land must serve the people through real social and economic benefits for the broader community, include job access to affordable facility and inclusive spatial development. The term of the lease must be just and fair. The proposed lease of 300,000 per annum escalating by 9% annually for up to 50 years must be scrutinized against the real market value and the long-term potential of the land. Vertical mixed-use land can bring significant benefit if properly managed. It can create jobs during constructions and operations, contribute to local economic development, and enhance the build the environment. We call on the developer to prioritize local SMMEs and communities in all opportunities. In conclusion, we welcome the transparent process and the absence of objection from the public participation feedback report of Region 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor Leroux from the Action SA?
Honourable Speaker, all protocols observed. We as Action SA support this report. Action SA believes that the private sector will always be better geared at creating jobs and economic prosperity than the government. We therefore view the private sector as an equal and an important partner in development. We should create an environment where businesses can thrive and create inclusive economic prosperity for all. Fixing South Africa, our cities, and specifically the capital city, requires that we build a prosperous, growing and sustainable economy that provides meaningful employment to more South Africans. Property released to the private sector for development will assist in economic growth. The willingness of this administration, under the competent leadership of our Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasipi Moya, to foster prosperity through better collaboration between communities and the government is very positive and inspiring. The forthcoming investment summit on the 10th of September is also a step in the right direction. As part of the ongoing process of unlocking alternative revenue sources, the city implemented a catalytic land development program. The overarching objective of the program is the creation, capturing and unlocking the revenue value for the city. A basket of strategic land parcels has been earmarked for release to the market through long-term leases, and the subject property is one of the earmarked properties. In consideration of the current development patterns and the character of the area, we will attract private investment for the development through a long-term lease as per this report. This report, if approved, will contribute to increasing the revenue base and to add positively to lowering crime opportunities, since a portion of land would be developed. The risk of growing land grabs and unsecured open spaces for pedestrians as a source of danger would also be minimized. The transaction will also delete the financial implications of maintaining the property, either with cleaning or security services costs. The process to lease the portion of land should be open, fair and transparent, and the development of the said property should improve the area and livelihoods of the community at large and will provide much-needed job opportunities. All information related to the property lease transaction must be fully disclosed for the purpose of transparency and to comply with all the necessary legal and fiscal requirements. All aspects of the municipal asset transfer regulations pertaining to the lease of municipal assets must also be adhered to. Council must also, as expected and according to legislation, take in consideration and be guided by the comments and the representations made during the public participation process. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Chubet from FF Plus. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We as the Freedom Front Plus welcome the report as presented by my colleagues previously. This report generates opportunities for Region 4 and revenue for the city. The private sector will give a boost to the community. We need proper investments and we need to work hand in hand with the Gauteng province. However, we need to give attention to the following. We need to make conditional approval on the deproclamation of all road reserves, include binding development milestones, and we need to require quarterly compliance reports that needs to serve to council. We need to publish the lease terms publicly if the city can successfully lease these areas for revenue. We as the Freedom Front Plus will always support the city and we will exercise the needed oversight in our Section 79 committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker as recommended. Thank you very much. Let's move to item 9, reference number 27553/1. Group Property Department proposed transfer of portions of ERF 2022-2020 to Mamelodi to Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. This report is on page 178 to 257. recommendations are on 190. The speakers on this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings, Speaker. Mamelodi is a vibrant township rich in culture and tradition. And over the years, however, it has been faced with numerous challenges, particularly in providing accessible and quality educational facilities to our growing population, Speaker. The need for expanded and improved educational infrastructure is both urgent and critical. And if we are to equip our young people with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in an ever-changing world, Speaker. The proposal before us involves the transfer of certain portion of ERF 2020 to Gauteng provincial government. This strategic move aims to facilitate the establishment and expansion of educational facilities, including schools, training centers, and supporting infrastructure. Speaker, education is a catalyst for socio-economic upliftment. By investing in educational facilities, now we lay the foundation for more skilled workforce in the future. This transfer will contribute towards the decreasing unemployment that we see in the city, rate and stimulation of local economic growth by attracting educators, service providers, and related industries to the area. Furthermore, the proposed land transfer aligns with the broader government strategy to promote equitable access to educational resources across all regions, and that includes historical underserved areas like Mamelodi. It ensures that our youth are not left behind due to the infrastructural inadequacies, and that they have the opportunity to realize their full potential. And in conclusion, Speaker, as the city of Tshwane, we must foster environment of shared responsibilities with the Gauteng provincial government and support our residents, particularly the youth, by ensuring that these facilities then become the centers of excellence and inspiration. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Mnisi from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, the Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests, before us is a report seeking council approval for the transfer of portion of ERF 20202 Mamelodi to the Gauteng provincial government for educational purposes. This proposal forms part of a broader vision to establish an educational hub encompassing the Teachers Training College, Pateng Secondary School, and the TVET College utilized by Tshwane North College. We support this report because it demonstrates a true cooperative governance between municipal and provincial spheres and provides multiple benefits to the people of Tshwane, including enhanced access to a quality education through consolidating educational institutions in one hub and ensuring better coordination, resource utilization, and learning opportunities for students. City renewal and strategic land use for an institutional hub will strengthen spatial planning and ensures that municipal land serves the public good. The development and operation of this institution will create teaching and administrative jobs, as well as indirect employment through service providers and local businesses. Let us ensure that there are transparent agreements on pricing, rental payments, and conditions of use to protect public resources. There must be monitoring mechanism to guarantee that the land continues to serve educational purposes and that the promised benefits to residents are realized. Lastly, there must be effective public communication so that communities in Mamelodi are aware of the developments and can engage in the ongoing planning process.
In conclusion, we support the recommendation of the report and urge the Council to approve the transfer while ensuring proper oversight and accountability. The EFF agree that the proposed transfer will strengthen education, improve city planning, and offers tangible benefits to the residents of Mamelodi and the broader Tshwane area. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mnisi. Can I call Councillor De Bruin from Action SA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Greetings to you, Speaker, fellow councillors, officials, and the residents of Tshwane. The report before us today concerns the transfer of ERF 20202 in Mamelodi East to the Gauteng Provincial Government. This property already accommodates Pateng Secondary School and the Mamelodi Teachers Training College. However, these facilities were developed without Council's formal approval. Today, through this decision, we are regularizing ownership and ensuring compliance with legislation. This process is guided by the Municipal Finance Management Act, specifically Section 14, subsection 6, and Ordinance 67 of 1939. By following these legal provisions, we are not only complying with the law, but we are also protecting the city's interests and ensuring that land use is properly managed. Honorable Speaker, the importance of this transfer goes far beyond administration. It provides certainty for learners, teachers, and parents who depend on these schools. It unlocks opportunities for future upgrades, investment, and development in education infrastructure. It also prevents further irregularities in land administration and ensures that the municipality manages its assets responsibly. As Action SA, we are guided by our core principle that education is the most powerful tool in creating a prosperous society. Access to education alone is not enough. Our education system must empower learners with the skills required to participate productively in society. This land transfer contributes directly to that vision by strengthening the foundations on which education in Mamelodi can thrive. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, with proper planning and accountability, such irregularities can be avoided in the future. Our task as councillors is to make decisions that serve communities and protect their interests. Action SA remains committed to building a city where education is prioritized, governance is strengthened, and opportunities are created for all. We therefore support this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jubet from FF+. Your 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with Councillor De Bruin, as the Council resolution was passed on 29th of June 2023. I think it was Councillor Ratekwane that actually made the resolutions. He actually asked for that this be passed. Now we want to transfer the property to province 2 years later. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, we are wasting time. The Minister already approved the request of the college in February 2021, and the request came to Council in June 2023. It's now August 2025. Now I ask you, please, can we as Council and as the administration start getting our house in order, that all reports where Council resolutions has been taken, that they do actually get attended to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker as recommended. We move to item 10, reference number 45262/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy, request approval of policy on the professional engineering programs for the city of Tshwane. This report is on page 258 to 280. Recommendations are on 270. In this item, I've got Councillor Tseane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
The importance of establishing a robust and strategic framework for professional engineering cannot be overstated. As a city that aspires to be a leader in sustainable development, smart urban planning, and innovative infrastructure, we must prioritize the cultivation and retention of high-caliber engineering talent. The professional engineering program represents a strategic response to these aspirations. The core aim of this policy is to create a structured pathway for the development of professional engineers within our city. It seeks to foster a pipeline of qualified, innovative, and ethically responsible engineers who will serve our community's needs comprehensively. The program is designed to promote lifelong learning, ethical conduct, and continuous professional development, pillars that underpin not only individual excellence, but also the integrity and resilience of our urban systems. Speaker, one of the immediate benefits of adopting this policy is the enhancement of our city's capacity to deliver sustainable infrastructure projects from water and sanitation to transportation and energy. Professionally trained engineers are the vital agents ensuring these systems are efficient, safe, and future-proof. Moreover, a formalized program provides assurance to citizens, investors, and stakeholders that our developmental initiatives are driven by competent and accountable professionals. Furthermore, the policy aligns with national and international standards for engineering professionalism. It reflects our commitment to maintaining high-quality standards, supporting the accreditation of our local engineers, and fostering inclusive access to engineering opportunities for all qualified individuals. By doing so, we bolster our city's reputation as an inclusive and forward-thinking hub for engineering excellence. Speaker, implementing this program also addresses critical skill shortages that our city faces. As urban populations grow and become more complex, the demand for specialized engineering skills intensifies. In approving this report today, we are not merely endorsing a policy document. We are investing in the future of Tshwane. We are affirming our dedication to creating a city where innovation, professionalism, and sustainability are at the heart of all engineering endeavors. We are fostering an environment where our engineers are equipped, empowered, and inspired to build a resilient and inclusive city for all our residents. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now can I call Councillor I.J. Peterson from the DA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The policy has grey areas and gaps that need to be attended. It talks about performance management on internal intents. The performance management of the city only covers the permanent and fixed contract employees. It does not include the payback clause when internal candidates exit or resign after obtaining professional registration. It fails also to specify the work pay back period. Due to these gaps and cracks, we want to please forward our own recommendation. That recommendation 1 on the report falls off and be replaced by following recommendations. Recommendation 1, that the city should extend the minimum service binding obligation for PEP beneficiaries from 12 months to at least 24 to 34 months, supported by a graduated repayment clause to safeguard investment. Recommendation 2, funding allocations will be linked to measurable milestone and co-funded with CEDA and strategic partners to ensure financial sustainability and reduce the sole burden on the municipal budget. Recommendation 3, clear cost-sharing arrangement must be formalized with host employers to support candidates on secondment, while a dedicated support fund should assist disadvantaged candidates with accommodation and transport. Recommendation 4, governance structures should be streamlined by merging the steering and evaluating committee to be one oversight committee. Recommendation 5, mentorship quality must be strengthened by enforcing minimum mentorship hours, linking CPD points to verified contribution, and introducing recognition incentives for committed mentors. Recommendation 6, to reduce non-completion risk, the city should provide remedial training, flexible secondment opportunities, and early warning monitoring for candidates at risk of falling behind. Recommendation 7, a tailored and performance management framework will be implemented for interns and candidates, linking professional development progress directly to annual appraisal and incentives. This recommendation are recommended by Councillor Peterson, seconded by Councillor Selokumakwe. I thank you.
These are the recommendations that have been recommended. The city should extend the minimum service binding obligations for PEP beneficiaries from 12 months to at least 24 to 36 months, supported by graduated repayment clause to safeguard the investment. Funding allocation should be linked to measurable milestone and co-funded with CETA and strategic partners to ensure financial sustainability and reduce the sole burden on the municipal budget. 3, clear cost sharing arrangement must be formalized with host employers to support the candidate on secondment, while the dedicated support fund should assist disadvantaged candidate with accommodation and transport. 4, governance structures should be streamlined by merging the steering and evaluation committee into one oversight committee. Membership quality must be strengthened by enforcing minimum membership hours, linked to CPT point to verify contribution and introducing recognition incentives for committed mentors. 6, to reduce non-compliance risk, non-completion risk, the city should provide remedial training, flexible sound admin opportunities, and early warning monitoring for candidates at risk of falling behind. 7, a tailored performance management framework should be implemented for interns and candidates, linking professional development progress directly to annual appraisal and incentives. This is a recommendation proposed by Peterson, Councillor Peterson, seconded by Councillor Kumalo. Before we go to recommendations, leader of the executive business. Okay, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we just ask a quick 5-minute caucus on this?
5 minutes is granted. Thank you very much. Can we please be seated later on? Chief Whip of the Opposition. Settle down, councillors. Councillor is.
Thank you, Speaker. We've engaged the MMC and we will withdraw our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Can we then proceed with Councillor Matala from the EFF? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, we are presented with a report seeking approval of...
Sorry, councillor. Can you all settle down, councillors? Councillors, please, can we allow Councillor Matala to continue? Councillor Matala, please proceed.
The Chief and his entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests, we are presented with a report seeking approval of the policy on the Professional Engineering Program, PEP, for the city of Tshwane. This is an intervention aimed at addressing the municipality's long-lasting capacity constraints in the built environment and engineering discipline. And as highlighted in the scarce skills and critical skills framework, the inability of the city to attract and retain highly skilled engineers has been one of the root causes of delays, poor quality work, and findings raised by the Auditor General year after year. Speaker, we support this report because it ensures the following: strengthening of scarce skills through a provision of pipeline for engineering graduates and candidates to develop into fully registered professionals who can respond to Tswane's infrastructure and service delivery challenges. Number 2, compliance and risk management, ensuring that projects being executed are conducted with adequate and effective professional oversight. The PEP directly responds to this by ensuring the adherence to legislative and technical standards. Number 3, improved service delivery will ensure that the city will be better positioned to deliver projects of quality, safety, and efficiency, whether in roads, housing, electricity, water, or sanitation. Speaker, the EFF supports this policy, and we want to stress a few critical points. The intake of candidates of PEP must be transparent, merit-based, and free of political interferences. The policy speaks to a retention strategy, but the city must ensure that professionals developed under this program are retained and not lost to the private sector. We must demand measurable retention targets. Council must ensure that this program is adequately resourced and shielded from budget cuts. Our views are that investment in skills is an investment in service delivery. Speaker, The professional engineering program represents a step towards professionalizing the municipality and building the technical state that the residents demand. If implemented with discipline and integrity, it will help restore confidence in the city's capacity to plan, design, and maintain infrastructure at the highest standard.
Thank you very much. May I now call? Thank you. May I call Councillor Mulausi from the Action SA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Chief Whip, Executive Mayor, protocol observed. Action SA support the report, as this report of the professional engineering program policy centered around the 3 aspects. It's the purpose, the operational challenge, and the strategic alignment implications. Honourable Speaker, the purpose here is a primary critical aspect that requires urgent need for compliance with the new Engineering Council of South Africa regulation that came into effect from the 1st April 2025. The report directly states that the city is non-compliant and the PEP is its formal response to the legal and professional mandate. This is not just a skills development initiative, it is a risk mitigation strategy, Speaker, that ensures the city engineers' work is performed by qualified and registered professionals, thereby addressing previous audit findings and ensuring public safety and service quality. The second point is the operational financial challenges, Speaker. While the program is well-intentioned, the report reveals several critical challenges. The lack of incentives for mentors is a significant hurdle. The Engineering Council of South Africa registered engineers who are essential for the program's success are expected to provide 50 hours of mentorship per year for a single continuous professional development point, potentially affecting their normal workload without a tangible benefit. Furthermore, the report highlights the city's constrained cash position, raising the concern about the long-term funding for the program. Though it will be financed through existing budget, the financial pressure could compromise its full implementation and effectiveness. Speaker, the aligned strategic implication here is that the PEP is positioned as more than just a quick fix. It's a key component of the city's broader professionalization framework by focusing on engineers in the built environment. In conclusion, Speaker, the program is a long-term investment in developing in-house skills, reduce the city's dependency on consultants, and improve its capacity to deliver essential services like water, sanitation, electricity. Finally, the Annexure A to the report of the policy indicates that it shall be reviewed as and when and every 2 years and ensure alignment with operational strategic goals of the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. My apologies for announcing your surname incorrectly. I'll correct myself next time. Thank you. Councillor Spey from FF Plus.
Is implemented effectively, it promises to professionalize our engineering workforce, improve compliance with statutory regulations, and reduce reliance on external consultants. These are commendable objectives, but we are duty-bound to scrutinize both the substance and the potential gaps in this policy. Firstly, the city faces a critical compliance challenge. The Engineering Council of South Africa, ECSA, mandates that only registered engineers may perform certain engineering work. Current assessments indicate that many of our engineers are not yet registered, placing Tshwane at risk of non-compliance. Speaker, a lack of a formal policy framework may result in the city unknowingly breaching ECSA regulations. While the PEP policy seeks to address this, it is essential to ensure that alignment with ECSA is not merely aspirational but actively monitored. Failure to do so could expose the city to legal and financial liabilities. Secondly, the path from candidate engineer to registered professional is one that requires consistent, structured mentorship and oversight. The report outlines the role of mentorship, secondments, and continuing professional development support. However, we need to ask whether these mechanisms will be sufficient to overcome historical gaps in training and professional development. Without a robust mentorship program, candidate engineers risk stagnation. Their growth from aspirant to professional engineer could be delayed or restricted, depriving the city of skilled professionals. Mentorship is the foundation for sustainable professional development. Thirdly, Speaker, the city's failure to invest adequately in building internal engineering capacity could perpetuate a dependency on external service providers. This is already a costly trend as consulting fees and outsourced project management drain municipal budgets without creating sustainable internal capacity. The PEP policy provides for structured recruitment, retention strategies, and secondments, but these interventions require careful implementation and sufficient resourcing. Without prioritizing internal capacity building, Tshwane risks paying a premium for skills it should be nurturing in-house. The irony of investing millions externally while neglecting our own human capital cannot be overstated. The FF Plus acknowledges the potential value of the PEP policy. Professionalization, legislative compliance, and retention of scarce skills are all critical for service delivery. However, effective implementation, ongoing monitoring, and accountability mechanisms are of crucial importance. Honourable Speaker, approving the PEP.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now, can I call Councillor Debbie Williams-Moses from PA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I'm waiving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, Part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 20th August 2025. Item 11. Reference number 04216/1, Water and Sanitation Department, request for council approval to write off all designs which could not be implemented due to budget constraints. This report is on page 3 to page 2590. Recommendations are on page 17. And on this item, I've got Councillor Moloi from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Between 2007 and 2016, the city has appointed consulting engineers within the Water and Sanitation Department to render the professional service. However, during the project process, most of the contracts were not fully carried out their initial implementation as a result of significant budget constraint within the city and outstanding township layout led to all the project being seized. Speaker, the amount of 18.4 million, which was totally cost incurred for the design work, is now being requested to be written off as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as defined by the MFMA. After being requested, considering that the design were carried out 17 years ago and now deemed and old, not aligned to current time, and that no records were found for 3 out of 15 projects that were carried out in the terms of the planning design reports. It is only prudent that they been written off. From an accounting report, perspective, Perspective writing offs are of standard practice as well as the compliance within internal audit requirements. Given this situation, it is vital and responsible to formally recognize the old design for purpose of transparency and accountability, financial prudence and avoidance of future liability for the city. Moreover, is it imperative moving forward that the department implements the approved ISO 901 procedure of the control of the document information for the record-keeping purpose going forward to eliminate historically record not being found for future reference, planning and implementation. Speaker, to achieve and clean audit, each department must take ownership of its findings and demonstrate a willingness to implement necessary changes. Moving forward, the write-off should focus on strengthening the city internal auditing process, striving towards operation clean.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I now call Councillor Kadima from the EFF? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to fellow councillors. Today we are presented with a report requesting...
Thank you very much, Councillor Fosu. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Today we are presented with a report requesting council approval to write off old water and sanitation designs which could not be implemented due to budget constraints. The total amount in question is 18.3 million, covering work done over a decade ago on projects that were never completed by the previous administration. The Speaker, this is deeply alarming. Under the past administration, the city continued to spend millions on designs and professional services that were never utilized, like we have seen in Hammanskraal water and sanitation infrastructure. The report states that 15 separate projects were appointed to consulting engineers, yet most of these projects have stalled, halted, or never were.
Councillor Fosu, man. Councillor Fosu, don't try to be relevant here. Councillor, don't try to be relevant. Don't try to be relevant. Thank you. Councillors, thank you. Please proceed, Councillor.
The report states that 15 separate projects were appointed to consulting engineers, yet most of these projects have stalled, halted, or were never budgeted for. 3 of these projects date back 17 years. Speaker, the EFF is of the view that previous administration wasted millions of rands on designs that were never executed and showed no willingness to hold accountable those responsible for the recurrent failures in project selection, planning, and execution. Every rand spent on unimplemented projects is a rent stolen from residents who are waiting for water infrastructure, sanitation services, and basic municipal amenities. 18.3 million could have contributed to hundreds of water connections, sanitation upgrades, or repairs to aging infrastructure. Instead, it sits as fruitless expenditure on paper. While we know that the deliverables of these old designs will be used as reference for future projects, this is called comfort to residents who continue to live without proper services. Writing off these costs must not be the end of story. We fully support that this report should be referred to MPEG for a thorough investigation into the reasons for the non-implementation of the projects and to determine who is accountable for the waste.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Fosu, what are you standing on? Yes, Councillor.
Speaker, I think we need to go for induction again. Our councillors are not reading reports, that's one. The second element is that they are talking of drawings dating back 2007, 2016. So when they're referring to this previous government, which government are they talking about? Because at that time it was the ANC government. So which one are they talking about?
Which one is that?
How were we supposed to have done that during that time when we were not in government?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Can I then call Councillor Munama from the Action SA? Councillor Fosu, I gave you time to speak, and I haven't allowed you to speak now.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Before us, Speaker, is a report from the Water and Sanitation Department requesting Council to write off project design dating back as far as 18 years ago. These designs, valued at over 18 million rand, were developed with public funds but could not be implemented due to budget constraint and rising construction cost. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 2, subsection, I beg your pardon, Municipal Finance Management, Section 32, subsection 2B, state that fruitless and wasteful expenditure must be recovered from the responsible individual unless the council, after investigations, certified it as irrecoverable and write it off. This is a process that we are engaging in today, Speaker. It is important to note that while the money spent on this design did not translate into complete infrastructure, the deliverables such as planning reports and technical design will not be lost completely. They will remain valuable reference documents for the future project, ensuring that the work done is not entirely in vain. However, Honorable Speaker, we must also be honest with ourselves and the residents that this situation reflects systematic and weaknesses in planning and oversight. Professional services should only be engaged once funding is secured to see projects through to completion. To allow multiple projects to stall at the design stage not only waste resources, but also delay such needed service delivery to our residents. As Action SA, we believe on the values that corruption and maladministration must be confronted decisively. While this report may not directly point to the corruption, it does highlight poor governance and inefficiencies that must never be repeated. We therefore call on the administration to strengthen project planning and budget processes so that design are aligned with realistic funding allocations before any contracts are designed.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I wish I can give you 5 so that you can finish. Yes, MMC, what are you rising on?
No, Speaker, point of information. I was checking that Alderman Brink, did he reported that he's going to attend Silas attorney's matters? Because he likes to do that. He attends, he's double booking. He attends the issues of law firm and council like that. And Twitter. So do you have on records that he said he's going to leave early?
Yes.
Okay, no.
Yes,
I'm monitoring him. He's my project.
Thank you very much. May I then call Councillor Pesco, FF Plus, please. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Jay. Speaker, on the 31st of July, this council was asked to write off 3.5 million, I say again 5.3 million, in assets under construction linked to the Tshwane Police, Metro Police. Today, we are asked to write off a further 18.38 million on water and sanitation designs. We all understand that stalled and abandoned projects cannot remain on the books indefinitely. For audit purposes, they must either be revived or written off. But when millions of rands are written off, the supporting documents must be clear, auditable, and transparent. It must guide the council step by step through the motivation. Instead, what we see here today is probably the worst and the weakest report ever in this chamber. Missing documentation, duplicated annexures, and conflicting financial figures. 15 contracts allegedly halted, yet 34 VWS's entries are still closed. CFO, who cites 14.3 million impaired and 3.58 pending, yet the write-off request totals 18.38. It does not balance. Appendixes A, missing. C and D, duplicated. Annexure L3, reused 3 times. Speaker, this is not clerical errors. They are breaches of audit standards, document control protocols, and every principle of accountability. And this is not an isolated incident. Too often, Tshwane withdraws from contracts because the procedure to pay cycle, the supply chain cycle, the budget cycle are not aligned. Funds are unavailable at the required times, leading to penalties and legal consequences. Speaker, the EFF, the Freedom Front Plus will not.
So it's not me alone.
I'm very glad to hear. Speaker, I'm very glad to hear that the EFF will not rubber stamp it either. It is recommended.
Okay, councillors, thank you. Go ahead.
At least the EFF will support this with us. Accountability and transparency should not be slogans. They must be minimum standards of this government. The Freedom Front Plus, take note, rejects.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that it's not only me. I'm glad. Thank you so much. Councillor Matebula, then MMC Ramabudu after.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The previous speaker from Freedom Front.
What are you standing on, Councillor?
Commission Speaker. The previous speaker from the Freedom Front, Speaker, almost endorsed the EFF in his submissions. That tells you, Speaker, whenever he is in his corners with his peers, he's always gossiping about the EFF. That's what led to Donald Trump finding himself
thank you.
entertaining the issue
thank you,
of
Councillor.
Commander-in-Chief,
Thank you.
the CIC. So we want to let you know, Speaker, that the EFF is doing very well and we will always gossip about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on the item. Okay, you want to close it? Yes, MMC. Go ahead, sir. MMC Boucher.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of Council, I rise today to address a report that is of paramount importance to our city's financial discipline and strategic planning. We are here to deliberate on requests for Council approval to write off all designs that could not be implemented due to budget constraints. While the term write-off may sound negative, this action is in fact a deeply positive and responsible measure. It is a necessary act of good governance that demonstrates our commitment to fiscal accountability and forward-looking strategic planning. By officially writing them off, we are clearing our books and ensuring that our financial records accurately reflect our viable assets and priorities. This is a proactive step that allows us to move beyond the legacy of unexecuted plans and focus our resources and energy on new viable projects that will truly benefit our residents. It is a reflection of our administration's commitment to efficiency and to ensuring that every rand of our public money is allocated to projects that will be successfully implemented. We are not just closing file, we are opening the door to new opportunities for infrastructure development. In conclusion, I urge this Council to approve this request. It is a vital action for well-managed municipality, demonstrating that we are taking control of our financial history to build a stronger, more sustainable future. With support of this Council, we will continue to prioritize sound financial management and strategic infrastructure planning. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC as recommended. Let's go to item 12. Reference number 01128/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Adoption Report for the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market Present Plan. This report is on page 2591 to page 2732. Recommendations are on 2602. And I've got Councillor Masina from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's one, a fresh produce market present plan is important for revitalizing the economy, improving the city's food system, ensuring market access for farmers, particularly black farmers, as in that market there's only white farmers that are dominating that market, and providing affordable fresh produce for consumers by upgrading infrastructure, operational efficiency. The plan addresses safety and health risks, promoting environmental sustainability and creating employment opportunity, ensuring that the market continues to function as a vital economy hub and the stock exchange of the fresh produce market industry. Speaker, the report highlights completed work on the public participation for adopting the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market Present Plan, where the Council approved its draft on the 25th February 2021, despite COVID. The public participation process effectively incorporated stakeholder feedback, fulfilling legislative requirements and aiding Tshwane strategic development objectives. Tshwane Fresh Produce Market special vision and implementation plan is crucial for future growth, identifying 14 to 15 improvement projects that the city must execute. The report further outlines open public meeting with the Tshwane market stakeholders and follow up with the market agencies, providing citizens with an opportunity to express their own opinion and then provide feedback on how they were considered in the final decision-making process, fostering transparency, building trust, promoting a sense of ownership amongst the public. Speaker, the plan is forward-thinking initiative to promote initiative that promises the boost the city of economy, supports the farmers. Therefore, the ANC supports this report, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. May I have Councillor Mutame from DA? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, I'm the one addressing the item on behalf of the DA. Thanks, Speaker. What we had here today, Speaker, at the beginning of the session, we had the mayor saying that there's someone who must account for the work that was done before October 2024. Well, here's a precinct plan that comes from before October 2024, and we're here to account for it. Speaker, we want to warn against this council against a political phenomenon known as revisionism. While Karl Marx has his own definition of political revisionism, a simple definition of revisionism is when you speak of past events in a patently false manner in order to glorify your own image in the present.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Just a second, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Honour Speaker, on Mutimonye, he must withdraw. That doesn't reside in his ideological thinking. So sorry. Withdraw Karl Marx and Mutimonye, please.
It's just a quote.
Councillor, yes, Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Speaker, just a point of information, if the government was listening, they would have actually heard that he is speaking towards their policy and not ours. But I understand that thinking and comprehension is difficult, but let's try it.
Thank you, councillors.
Speaker,
Councillor,
thank you.
Councillors.
Thank you.
Councillors. Councillor Ramabudu, thank you. Councillor
I'm dealing with you on your issues.
Councillor Mtimuye. Wait, before I come back to you, let me take the last hand, which is the leader of the executive.
Thanks, Speaker. We have a problem. We've got a problem of an ECD principle called FOSI. That ECD principle is a problem, that one. Secondly, Speaker, that man that speaks called Mtimunye there, Puriso, he's got an MBA, that man. And the newly appointed chief whip is envious that the speaker is highly qualified. She wants to justify that she's a chief whip. We know she was favored. The qualified man is that one called Puriso.
Thank you, the leader of the executive. Councillor Mtimunye.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I have my time back?
Councillor, okay, Councillor Mtimunye, there is a request for you to withdraw what you have said.
No, I humbly decline the request.
Thank you, Pharaoh. Can you then proceed?
There's nothing offensive. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what I was saying is that there's a simple definition of revisionism, which is when you speak of past events in a false manner in order to glorify your own image in the present. So we have someone here who in the last 5 years was at different stages, heading the Chief Whip's office, heading the Mayor's office, and was once a Deputy Mayor, saying nothing was done pre-October 2024, while she was part of the term for the majority of the time. That is what we call revisionism, Speaker. We also have Action SA, ANC and EFF saying the DA does not cater for the poor. Yet at various points in the last 5 years, they have supported DA budgets at different times, all three parties. Again, revisionism at play, Speaker. So here's the thing, Speaker. When it comes to Hammanskraal water, people claim without shame that they were part of the administration that delivered the water. Without shame. Yet today they come and say nothing was done pre-2024. Now we have a market pricing plan done between 2019 and 2021. Public participation done between 2023. Does the mayor claim she was part of this or not? If it's a success, she was part of it. If it's not, she was not part of it. So the answer depends on what is popular rather than what is true. The truth seems to be optional for the mayor. The aim is not to lead but to be popular. But the problem with populism is that it requires you to feed it. And that feeding is unsustainable. Back to the topic, Speaker. The DA supports the Tshwane market pricing plan as it has been pursued by successive DA-led administrations. This will lead to economic development, economic growth and investment in the city. This current ANC administration is known to be anti-people who are trying to build a life for themselves. This administration required a court to tell it to open a market that poor people depend on. The DA stood with the poor people at the time. It will stand with them going forward. Residents can rely on the DA to pursue pro-growth policies and programs, creating jobs and aiding them in living lives that matter. The development of the Tshwane market is a proud legacy of the DA administration, and we say no to revisionism and pro-economic growth. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you. He wrote the speech himself.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ramabul.
No, thanks. I don't know what criteria did the DA use to select the chief whip. But the real chief whip is not bad. It's just the party.
Councillor.
The real chief whip must be given his chair.
Councillor, thank you so much.
This is unfair.
Thank you.
I mean, even yourself, Mtase, you can see Urai. Compared to this one and that one.
Thank you very much.
Shem, hey, privilege, guy,
Then,
we have to fight. Comrades.
Thank you, Councillor Ramabudu. Thank you, MMC. Can I call Councillor Mabokwana from the EFF, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Councillors, please. Councillors, please. Thank you. Councillor Mabokwana, continue.
Today we are presented with the adoption of Tshwane Fresh Produce Market Pricing Plan. This plan on paper aligns with our strategic priorities, which is facilitating economic growth, creating jobs, caring for residents, promoting inclusivity, and protecting the environment. This precinct is crucially important for both private investors and the municipality. For quite some time, this area has been riddled with crime and other illegal activities, and therefore, this type of a development will provide protection for investors, as they will know that the environment will be controlled and safe to invest. In terms of public participation, it indicates that the public participation was conducted. What this government should take into consideration is that this engagement should go beyond formalities. Public participation is not simply about ticking boxes. It is about ensuring that the voices of our communities shape the outcomes and the proposed projects to address real needs on the ground. It is therefore important as this government that we move decisively from planning to implementation. Time for speeches.
Just hold on, Councillor. Order, councillors. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Time for speeches and rhetoric is over. Now it is time for implementation. The residents are watching us, and indeed, we are going to implement. It is therefore vital that these projects are executed efficiently, inclusively, and transparently. And we must agree with the Council of the ANC that indeed in that market, going forward, we want transformation. So this thing of the market being controlled, the same way it was controlled pre-1994, it must come to an end. In support of this report, we urge the Council to adopt the plan with the following emphasis: accountable implementation. Every project identified in the precinct plan must have a clear timelines, allocated budget, and assigned responsibilities. The regular reporting, inclusive participation, and that.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to call Councillor Florich from the Action SA. Councillors, I said stop what you are doing. No, stop what you are doing. The Councillor Florich was elected to be here. So she's got, no, shut up. She's got a right, she's got a right to speak. She's got a right to speak here. It can't be every time. Councillors, it can't be every time when Councillor Flores is about to speak, you make noise. Because you don't like that when it's done to you. And I'm not going to continue allowing this. I withdraw my shut up thing. But be quiet. Be quiet. You must listen to other people. They've got a right to speak here. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Flores. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I do love the attention that my colleagues on the other side of the chamber give. So thank you very much. The draft Swane Fresh Produce Market Precinct Plan was approved in Council at the beginning of 2021. But due to COVID-19 restrictions, the public participation process was delayed until the end of that year. By the time the final Swane Fresh Produce Market Precinct Plan was presented to the Mayoral Committee for consideration 2 years later, it was deemed outdated, and the role that TIDA would play during the redevelopment of the Swane Fresh Produce Market was adjusted. This did not fundamentally change the strategic vision of the precinct plan, but sought rather to simplify the market's procurement processes to ensure timely maintenance. This precinct plan aims to develop Swane Fresh Produce Market to its full potential and to support integrated economic growth and job creation in the region. Swane Fresh Produce Market Precinct Plan further identifies 15 improvement projects that will help the market better link with small-scale traders in Marabastad and maximize its reach to small-scale farming throughout the city. This precinct plan creates a framework for public-private partnership and informs decisions for development applications and land use management in Ward 58 and Ward 60. Swane Fresh Produce Market is one of the city-owned assets that will be presented at Swane Investment Summit next month and forms an integral part of the overall Swane Vision 2055. We visited Swane Fresh Produce Market as part of our oversight role yesterday and learned that the market is currently operating at 20% capacity. It has the potential to become the second largest fresh produce market in South Africa with a sizable turnover of over 3 billion. It is supplied with fruit and vegetables by over 6,000 farmers from across the country on a consignment basis and sales on the trading floor are conducted by 11 market agents, with produce sold to an estimated 4,800 buyers daily. Tshwane Fresh Produce Market operates on a commission model, meaning that neither the farmer nor the market agent pay for the use of the trading floor. Instead, the market authority derives its revenue mainly from a 5% commission on the value of produce sold. But due to years of limited capital budget allocated to Tshwane Fresh Produce Market, the revenue generated is currently not sufficient to address much needed capital investment and maintenance work. The recent IMASA contempt of court order handed down by the High Court to the City of Tshwane on the 11th of August is thus welcomed. It has helped the City of Tshwane prioritize the approval of the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market Precinct Plan. Action SA will follow up on implementation of this precinct plan as it promotes improved service delivery, job creation, and inner city rejuvenation.
Thank you very much. We move to Councillor Jubet from FF Plus.
Mr. Speaker, I waive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call Councillor Debbie Williams Moses? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Right, so I will be quick. So with us here, we did a pre-inspection and an inspection in loco incorporated into our committee's process plan for the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market. We also want to state that it forms part of the overall oversight of income generating assets of the city. The pre-inspection happened 2 days after the press release regarding the contempt of court matter is raised. And the preliminary findings suggested misalignment between the legal team who worked on the case for the City of Tshwane and the officials based at the market. The main issue, once again, comes down to the lack of budget for maintenance, and this has a ripple effect on everything else that was highlighted in this report. The facility contributed 4.8 billion to the city's coffers during the previous financial year and denied a request for 5 million maintenance budget. DBSA did a feasibility study to expand the capacity of the market to maximize its trading spaces, thus not only improve efficiency and effectiveness, but also create much needed jobs. The inspection in loco by the IDP Oversight Committee is on the 9th of September, and a detailed report will then be submitted through to the council in this regard. So with that being said, we also support this report. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item at MMC, Mabut.
Speaker of Council and all protocol observed. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Mthimunye, for supporting the report. Anyway, you had no choice. Speaker. Speaker, Mthimunye heard me when I was like, what's a catching high school? Tamatama World School. Tamatama World School, Jesse. Stop it. Stop it. Warasa. Warasa.
Thank you very much, MMC. Don't forget that your time is running out while you are entertaining Mthimunye. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Speaker, thank you so much. Marawastad has a rich history and is named after Chief Marama, a leader of Mawashashani clan of Hamandebele in the 19th century. It has a significant cultural diversity. This bylaw complements the Marawastad Urban Design Framework, which was previously approved by Council. The precinct plan is a strategic planning document that seeks to guide future development and investment, the revitalization of the city, and also enhance the functioning of the market fresh produce as well as the market retails and the surrounding areas. It is a priority for this current administration. It will allow us, our beloved city, to contribute even more to economic development and much needed job creation. It will bring sustainability and it will increase transport mobility. It proposes investment for cleaning up the precinct and upgrading street lighting, public spaces, pedestrian areas to improve safety for our residents. Furthermore, the precinct will include housing and mixed-use development so that it may again become the preferred area of choice. Speaker, allow me to break it down for better understanding. This means that 22% of the precinct will comprise of the market, 15% allocated for medium density mixed use, 15% for high density mixed use, meaning that 7,200 homes will be part of the medium and high density. 10% will be allocated for open space, urban agriculture, and the river. 19% thereof will be for roads and infrastructure. On top of that, 3% of will be for the railway, and remember, the remainder of the land will be for educational, religious, as well as public amenities. Speaker, as I conclude, on the issue of the retail market, I want to emphasize the fact that we took a decision as this MICO that we're not going to appeal that court case. We are preparing a written affidavit that will meet the deadline as well. It is also encouraging that we're already meeting IMASA and we are addressing all their concerns. And we are strengthening that relationship with IMASA so that moving forward, we don't have to have a problem again. Unlike the previous administration, where this was and we
Thank you very much. Are you done, MMC? Okay. Thank you very much. The MMC was wrapping up the item as recommended. Let's move to item 13. Reference number 32529/1, Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, City of Tshwane, Problem Building and Property Management Bylaw. This report is on 2733 to 2764. Recommendations are on 2739. On this item, I've got Councillor Masilela from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now, sir. Press the mic.
No. Thank you, Speaker. The City of Tshwane is facing urban decay marked by dilapidated buildings, abandoned properties, and illegal services connections. The Problem Buildings and Property Management Bylaw aims to unify bylaw enforcement efforts and optimize resource sharing for effective management. Speaker, the bylaw promotes community safety and order by making property owners accountable for their properties, deterring crime, waste issues, and ensuring public safety. This framework encourages proactive owner involvement, aiming for compliance that satisfies just individual property standards, but also contributes positively to the overall well-being of the municipality. Speaker, as the bylaw implementation involves constitutional and legal considerations for Tshwane residents, unenforced laws create an environment where individuals may feel emboldened to break the rules, leading to a surge in criminal activities and rampant corruption as there are no consequences. When laws are ignored, citizens lose faith in the effectiveness of their institutions and government. Enforcement ensures that individuals and entities are held accountable for their actions, maintaining order and justice within a society. Speaker, non-compliance will lead to declaring a property a problem building with potential evacuation or eviction for safety concerns. It allows authorized officials to order evacuation due to identified risk, non-compliance, which can result in legal measures to enforce adherence. Moreover, if an owner fails to comply, the municipality can pursue property expropriation, particularly if recovery of losses or costs seem unlikely. This report aims to claim the CBD and city nodes, fostering growth and development, detailing building owners' responsibilities, defining problematic buildings, and outlining the city's actions and options for addressing these issues is crucial in promoting inner city revitalization and safeguarding neighbor properties and residents. The report supports these initiatives because there is no purpose in creating laws and regulations if there is no mechanism to ensure compliance. Speaker, approval of this report will enhance control and accountability in the city, which aligns with our strategic goals. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Masilela. The next speaker is Councillor Mutimunye, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, at the outset, I want to say that I support the leadership of my caucus leader and the chief whip, and we reject any attempt to divide us. And that we must remember, Speaker, that the great genius of our democracy is that both.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We want to reemphasize that the great genius of our democracy is that both a mine and a mine worker can sit together and they can both lead each other. And ours is a country of universal franchise, which means anyone can vote and anyone can lead. Speaker, we want to say that the DA supports the requirement to have an institutional mechanism to deal with derelict and problematic buildings in the city in general and in the inner city in particular. We want to state from the outset that we encourage compliance to building regulations, to owners upkeeping their property, and to protect the investment made by residents in properties. A successful city, Speaker, requires active participation and partnership between the city council and property owners. The city has to lead this cooperation and only resort to compliance measures as last resort. What we want to oppose, Speaker, is the terrorizing of property owners for cameras and for show that we've seen in this city. The intimidation of residents.
Sorry, Council. Sorry, Council. You can just hear to yourself that you are not disciplined, councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we've seen courts reverse the intimidation tactics of this city through the informal traders. The DA stood by them at that time and it will stand by them now. In the current form, this bylaw provides for entries to buildings without warrants. It opens up property owners to intimidation and to abuse. The bylaw provides power to municipal officials to unilaterally declare buildings as problem buildings and provides only a 7-day time frame for owners to make representation against this. Section 17D of the bylaw says that expropriation can be done without a court order, and such expropriation shall be done in terms of any relevant expropriation legislation. But it is not, Speaker, that in this country, expropriation legislation is a subject of great debate. And that on this debate, the DA stands on the side of a fair and just expropriation process as envisaged in our Constitution. So while we believe that it is necessary to address the issue of problem buildings, we cannot open up to an instrument that may lead to an infringing of the rights of property owners. We believe that there are underlying issues in this report that are substantial enough for us to oppose this draft of the bylaw, and we encourage that in the public participation that residents raise their objections against this. We want to say, as a conclusion, that all actions of a government must be just, not just popular. They must be equitable and they must follow.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Rososo from the EFF? 3 minutes now. Press your button, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are presented today with the draft of the City of Tshwane Problem Building and Property Management Bylaw, a legislative instrument aimed at addressing the growing urban decay and degeneration of our city. Tshwane is facing serious challenges of dilapidated and hijacked building, unoccupied and abandoned property, illegal connection to municipal service, unsafe and unhealthy structure, unlawful land use and unpaid rates and taxes. All these issues threaten public safety, undermine service delivery and deter economic development. The proposed bylaw is therefore critical. It clearly defines the responsibility of property owners and occupiers and organs of state in safeguarding the premises against illegal occupation and criminal activity. It empowers authorized official to inspect, issue notice, and when necessary, take court action to declare problem building or expropriate non-compliant properties. This framework is a necessary tool to revitalize precincts, ensure safety, and protect the rights of law-abiding residents and business. Speaker, we note the recommendation of public participation. This step is a mere procedural. It is fundamental to our democracy. Public engagement ensures that all stakeholders, residents, businesses, and community organizations and property owners have a voice in shaping the final bylaw. It must be noted that it is only through transparency and inclusive participation that we can demonstrate our system to ensure buy-in and effective implementation. In conclusion, this bylaw is more than legislation. It is a tool for transforming our city, ensuring safety and restoring confidence in our urban space and enabling economic growth. It is an essential step towards a cleaner, safer, and more vibrant city of Tshwane Municipality. The EFF support that it undergoes public participation in collaboration with the Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'll call Councillor Malosi from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we do more than just to table a bylaw. We draw a line in the sand. Mr. Speaker, the problem building and property management bylaw is not just a policy. It is a moral judgment. It is our collective refusal to allow hijacked buildings, unsafe structures, and abandoned properties to define the character of our city. These are not isolated problems. They are symptoms of systematic decay, and today Tshwane says no more. For too long, our communities have been held hostage by absent landlords, criminal syndicates, and red tape paralysis. Residents have lived beside danger, beneath collapsing ceilings, and behind broken promises. But this bylaw, championed by the Bad Building Committee and supported by our enforcement partners under integrated bylaw enforcement committee, gives us the power to act with speed, with precision, and with purpose. Mr. Speaker, this legislation empowers the city to secure, repair, or demolish dangerous buildings. It authorizes evacuations, evictions, and appropriations where public health and safety are at risk. And it holds negligent property owners accountable, not with warnings, but with consequences. This is not just about bricks and mortar. It is about restoring dignity. It is about reclaiming our street, our communities, and our future. It is about building a city where order is not optional, and where every resident, regardless of what income or background, can live without fear. This is the Action SA vision in motion, a business-friendly city that invites investment, not exploitation, a caring city that protects the vulnerable, not the powerful, a professional city that acts with transparency, agency, and integrity. Mr. Speaker, once this bylaw is adopted, we will open it to the public participation, and I urge every resident to engage, because this city belongs to you, not to decay, not to syndicates,
not to silence. Mr. Speaker, let us not be passive custodians of decline. Let us be active architects of renewal. Let us pass this bylaw not just with our votes, but with conviction. Tshwane deserve better, our people deserve better, and today we begin again with courage, with clarity, and with the unshakable belief that dignity must be built into every corner of this city. Mr. Speaker, we know that for the past 8 years, we have seen the DA failing to protect the properties and ensure that our people in this city are safe. So under the leadership of Dr. Nasipi and our multi-party government, we believe that all these properties that have been neglected and abandoned will now be used not just to secure student accommodation, but to make sure that also the low house cost is available to the residents of City of Tshwane. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'll call, yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a point of information, something that Action SA continues to forget. Economic development was an Action SA portfolio, so they're talking about their own failures.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Spey? Councillor, okay, before you come in, Councillor Spey, Councillor Flourish, what are you standing on?
Thank you, Speaker. The MMC of Finance, the ex-MMC of Finance, has just reminded me that although Action SA had that portfolio, there was zero budget for this portfolio, which the Executive Mayor and the MMC are responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Spey.
And property management bylaw appears to be about urban renewal and reclaiming our inner city from decay. It promises stricter enforcement, penalties for neglectful owners, and stronger powers for the city to deal with hijacked and unsafe buildings. But beneath the fine words lies a dangerous truth. This bylaw could become yet another tool for abuse, for mismanagement, and for the enrichment of the connected few at the expense of ordinary citizens. This bylaw allows officials and politicians to declare properties as problem buildings. Once declared, these properties can be demolished, evacuated, or even expropriated, sometimes even without a court order. Now, Speaker, let us ask the obvious question. What prevents this power from being abused? What stops a politically connected developer from whispering into the ear of a member of the ruling coalition and seeing a property seized from its rightful owner only to be handed over cheaply to friends of the powerful? When the ANC Action SA EFF coalition asked us to trust them with extensive powers of expropriation and demolition, we cannot be naive. The bylaw says owners will be billed for costs, whether it's repairs, demolition, waste removal, or even fixing damaged municipal infrastructure. But who decides on those costs? Who appoints the contractors? We know how tenders in this city have been abused, inflated invoices, ghost contractors, politically connected companies receiving multi-million rand deals. What guarantees do we have that the very same won't happen in this instance? The Finance Department has already warned that the city's finances are strained, yet the ruling coalition wants to plunge us into a scheme that will involve demolitions, court cases, and costly expropriations. Where is the safeguard against wasteful expenditure? Where is the protection for ratepayers who are already stretched to the limit? This bylaw opens the door to lucrative contracts, demolition firms, security companies, waste removers, and the like. Who will win these contracts? Will it be the same politically connected cronies who have fed off this municipality for years? The FF Plus says clearly, without proper and independent oversight, the proposed bylaw is nothing but a tender feeding scheme dressed up as urban renewal. What about transparency? Without transparency, this draft bylaw is a blank check for corruption and abuse. Speaker, this bylaw could in theory help us reclaim Tshwane, but it could easily become a weapon of exploitation. Tshwane deserves clean, honest, and accountable governance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I will now call MMC Morodi to speak.
Yes, thank you for noting me, Speaker. I think those that speak against this bylaw are very happy to allow this urban decay to continue because they don't live in the inner cities. It's people who are poor that are stuck in the inner cities, so they are happy with this to continue because their constituency is not in the inner city. This bylaw seeks to deal with owners that are delinquent, that don't look after their properties. I'll give you one example. Currently, the government is dealing with, and not just local government, provincial and national government, is dealing with private owners who have left the country. Some of them are in Australia. The government can't do anything about the property that has been hijacked, that has decayed. We need to have this bylaw so that our municipality can deal with the delinquent owners. We need to revitalize our economy. And there is no way that we are going to revitalize our economy where we've got decaying buildings in the inner city. You might not understand that because that is not where your constituency is. But for us who are on the ground, interact with people in the CBD, we know that for us to get Tshwane out of this mess and for us to get Tshwane to grow by 3.9% by 2029, we need to make sure that we are looking after the inner city. And the only way to do that is to deal with delinquents. And I just want to really caution you on this, that every time we're trying to enact a law, the worst that you can think about is tender-preneur feeding. Here we are trying to make sure that we generate revenue for the city, we grow the economy. Where do tenders come in? This Swartrefer mentality must come to an end, because here now, you might not you might not have seen people implement bylaws, but this is what implementing bylaws is. It might make your constituency uncomfortable, but the reason why we have to have laws is so that we can have a functional city. And the only way we can have a functional city is by making sure that these bylaws are enforced. For many, many years, the bylaws have just said on the city's website. But now what you are seeing, it might look for you like Bukiso was saying that it's televised, it's dramatic, it's influencership, but that's what implementation looks like. Implementation is boots on the ground, making sure that the laws are implemented. Criminals belong behind bars. They don't belong in foreign countries while they hold our people hostage. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MMC. I'd like to call MMC Mabuza to close the report.
Speaker, yes, let me start by addressing the issue of the Ampur Chief Whip. That's Councillor. Maybe, Councillor, what you need to do, you need to go back and check the amended Expropriation Act of 2024 that was promulgated on the 23rd of January 25, because it clarifies exactly what you're talking about, the issue of the compensation, how we should be able to compensate.
Just hold on, MMC. Councillor Mutimunya, what are you standing on? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. In other words, if you've got any information that you have, please keep it to yourself. Let's continue, MMC. Thank you.
To Councillor van der Spy, I also want to respond to say, only issues where the illegal erection of the posters. I think that's where the issue of corruption is coming in. So it looks like, the other side knows about corruption more than we do. So let me go back to just to close the report, Speaker. This report is submitted to Council to seek an approval to commence with the public participation of the draft Tshwane Problem Building Bylaw. The implementation and enforcement of this bylaw will help us in this administration to reclaim our city back and various nodes of the city. It also seeks to create a conducive economic growth and development in our beloved city. Revitalizing our inner city area, it's making it very attractive for investors, making the city safer for our residents, and must be supported by all political parties in this council. We also know that this draft policy outlines the responsibilities, duties, and liabilities of the owners of the building, the processes, circumstances under which the city may adopt to declare a building problematic, and options that are available in that regard. So let me give you an example. Building owners must maintain their properties in a good and safe condition. If waste has been dumped or accumulated on the property, the owner must remove the waste at their own costs. That's what we are saying. If the building becomes derelict, the owner must ensure access to the building and or part of the building is prevented and applying for the necessary demolition permit. This bylaw also allows the city to apply to the court order for the appointment of an administrator for a problematic building. The duties of the court-appointed administrator may include collection of rent from the occupier of the property, payment of charges for the supply of electricity, water, sanitation, and rates and taxes due to the municipality, undertaking the maintenance, repair, and renovation of the problem building. So this administrator, as envisaged, will also recover those costs from the owner. In some cases, for example, where the cost is unlikely to be recovered, what we'll do in terms of Section 79 of the proposed bylaw, that includes the ability of the municipality to seek an expropriation for the property, exactly what you're talking about, Councillor. The multi-party coalition government is committed to revitalize the inner city. The mechanism
please add 1.5 minutes for the MMC to conclude.
The mechanisms proposed in this draft bylaw are important to support the revitalization of the inner city and protecting our neighborhood properties and residents. The release of this draft law for public support is very supportive. The release of the bylaw for public support, we are really urging council to support it. So thank you, Speaker, for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, confidential matters. Honorable councillors, in terms of Section 42 of Rules and Orders, a member may, after an item has been called, or the executive mayor or the chair of chairs may at any time move that the council resolve itself into committee for consideration of items on the agenda, item or items on the agenda, and no seconder is needed for such a motion. In accordance with Section 42(3), the mover of the proposal for council to resolve itself into committee may speak on such proposal for going into committee and only the reason thereof for not more than 5 minutes. When council then resolves itself into committee, all members of the public and the media and the officials, except those officials required by the Speaker to stay, must leave the council chamber. In accordance with Section 42, subsection 9 of Rules and Orders, the resolution to the item considered in committee need not be announced in an open council if such a matter is a staffing matter. Honorable councillors, this item is not contained in the agenda on SharePoint due to the confidential nature thereof, and what it was distributed to councillors on a link via their email addresses. The executive mayor did propose that this report be considered in committee. I will now, in terms of Section 42, subsection 3 of the Rules and Orders, allow the executive mayor to speak on the reason for the council to resolve itself into committee for this purpose. Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Without going into detail, I think what is important, Speaker, is the justification or the reason that we tabled when we submitted the report under discussion. It's an HR matter, Speaker, that's why it's a confidential report. And this, in terms of the process, this is after certain submissions were made to the MEC of COGTA with regard to one of the appointments of the senior managers. MEC of COGTA wrote back to us and seeking a council resolution on the matter. So we will then get into detail when we resolve into committee, Speaker. But what is important is that we are asking that this item be considered in committee because it is an HR matter. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Honorable Councillors, is the proposal for Council to